I thought you said we were ready.
I'm ready.
For what? To eat?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm really hungry.
Another episode of Steak and Eggs. How you doing, guys? What's up? And Tectone just randomly 2 hours before.
Yep.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I brought my friend Drumsy today.
There it is.
Yay.
Tectone,
Yeah.
do you want to play some cards later? Yeah, just come on the podcast first. 1 hour before podcast.
Yeah.
Yay, friendship.
It's good because like, people get psyched out. And they're like, oh, I have this big thing I got to do tomorrow. It's not a big thing. It's just people talking. It's what it is.
Yeah, I could tell once I saw blankets
Yeah.
that you
Yeah, we
truly
really
do
don't.
not give a care.
Yeah.
But we just eating goldfish, sitting here in a blanket, and just talking about whatever.
Yeah, that's how it should be, right?
So how the fuck did you meet Tectone?
It's a great story. Okay,
Oh, good.
it includes an alleyway.
Yeah.
I was going to a party at a convention,
Yeah.
as we all do.
What convention?
I think it was TwitchCon.
TwitchCon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's a bad one.
It
Yeah.
was deep in the bowels of a dangerous part of the city.
It was like, they was like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Was
I
this
was
Vegas TwitchCon? Or-
San Diego.
San Diego.
Oh, okay.
And I was very uncomfortable because it
Because
was
I was
down
there or
this
another
dark-
reason?
Is this
Oh,
before
okay.
Yeah,
or
well,
after
the
you saw
entire time.
Tectone?
What'd you say?
Is this before or after you saw Tectone?
Both.
Oh,
Pre-Tectone, the party was in
Yeah.
a house that's down in a very dark alleyway, and it was like 11 at night.
right.
And Rubber Ross is taking me down this alleyway.
I love that dude.
And this is the first time I'd ever met him. And I see a shadow of a man hulking coming down the alleyway. And I thought we were getting robbed. I
Right.
didn't know.
Because the chain, ball.
Yeah.
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 A mafia vibe
Yeah.
almost. Yeah. And good vibes since then.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
When did World War II happen?
This is the best part
Yep.
because I did pull up the previous episode. I did see that the top comment was just absolutely dunking on this man for thinking that World War II was in the 1800s.
Oh, yeah.
1860.
Here's the thing. What difference does that make to me when a fucking war happens?
Your grandparents would have been in the
Yeah, they're dead.
1900s.
Who cares?
Do you know how they died?
Yeah, I killed him.
In the war.
I have a firm belief that this is how brain works. Okay, the brain. I believe that the brain can store somewhere around the average of 13 terabytes of storage. I believe if I learn information that is not beneficial to me, it's going to push something else out.
So
Right.
what about the fact that like different pictures have different resolutions, but it's the same picture? Because like if you had an 8K picture, you couldn't remember as many things. So like, does that really make sense?
Those are core memories.
It depends how your brain works.
Okay.
Can you see an apple in your head?
What do you mean?
Like, do you have the ability to like see images in your head?
Of course I can see an apple.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Do you have the ability to see apples?
Yeah, but close your eyes. Is it 3D? Is it 2D? Do
Well,
you
the-
see color?
Well,
Is
the
it
thing
black
is,
and white?
there are people who like they cannot see images in their
Yeah,
brain.
they're called NPCs.
Yeah, 100%. It is weird as shit. Like how fucking stupid you got to be to not be able to see an apple in your head. Like you got to be retarded.
So this is like, you know, like in school, whenever the second fattest kid makes fun of the fattest kid in class. And so now you can say, hey, I don't know what World War II is, but
Yeah,
at
this
least I
is
can imagine a
all
fucking
a
apple.
huge
Much more
distraction.
difficult.
Is that it?
Absolutely, yeah. But I'm way smarter. Here's the thing. I'm smart at certain things,
Yeah.
but just they're not the things that normal people are good at.
Like,
one.
what are you good at?
Oh, making money.
Okay.
Good at making money. Good at making friends.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm good at emotionally manipulating people.
I heard about that on Reddit.
And I'm really good at hitting women. That one here on Twitter. Dude, I did a Twitter thread today where there's this trend for, you play gacha games? You play VR chat, so you pretty much, yeah.
Same thing.
There's this chick where canonically in their head, everybody thinks this chick's gonna be a lesbian because she has the lesbian colors on her face, which is like orange, white, and purple, I think, for the flag.
For sure.
What character? is
Robin
this?
from Honky Star Rail.
Honky.
Yeah, Honkai Star Rail.
Oh,
Otherwise known as
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, and some
Yeah.
dude was like, "Oh, dude, do you think I have a chance with this girl?" And then a bunch of fucking lesbians. Oh, is that bad to say?
What, lesbians?
Yeah, can you say that word?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, they said that this character's for lesbians only. So I wrote like a fucking 3-paragraph thing about how I was gonna throat fuck this character when they came out on live. I didn't like
And
that
so
at
you
all.
posted this on the Twitter?
Yeah, posted it on Twitter,
And
yes.
so what did people think about that?
Oh, we really thought it was hilarious.
So,
I'm
so,
sure they loved it. Yeah.
yeah, they
Yeah.
fucking thought it was so funny.
so you do a lot, Josie, you do a lot of VR chat, right?
Right.
I opened up your fucking channel and I saw some really degenerate shit.
Oh, yeah.
So whenever you hear this from Tectone, this doesn't even bother you at all. Let's be
Define
real.
bother.
Let's just be real.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's. Do you know the term people watching?
Yes.
Yeah, it's called being a stalker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That game is like for people who like people watching.
Uh-huh.
It's the game.
So it's like going to the zoo, but everybody there is a real person,
Right.
but pretending to be an animal in a lot of cases.
True.
So how did you get into VR?
It's just one of those things where, like, when you see it, you either get really excited about it being the future,
Yeah.
or you don't. And sometimes you get that little tickle in your tummy when you see like cool tech. I
Yeah.
think recently, like Apple Vision kind of flopped, but like when I saw videos of it,
Yeah.
where people were like vacuuming coins, did you see that?
I saw that.
That was like
Next to the stairs?
That's yes,
Yeah.
yes, next to the stairs, eye-opening, because it's like 10 years from now, if like all my dumbass chores are just gamified, like I'm living. I'm
Yeah.
loving it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how I got in, because I just saw VR and I was like, that looks like
Do you know
a
Ruffle
good
Gator?
time. I do.
Okay.
I do. We've had one interaction ever.
Really?
Was it bad?
Yeah. It wasn't bad.
Oh, wow.
It was
Has anybody ever told you that
oh,
you
I'm
kind of
gonna out him so hard. Ready?
Wait, has anybody told you that you kind of look like him?
No, he doesn't. I don't see that at all.
Wait, same bone structure. No, look, like,
Why'd you say thank you?
Oh, I thought I whispered that.
you know, like big white dude. Same haircut.
No,
but black.
Ruffle is sick. He makes good VR chat staple content, which is degenerate. But
Go ahead. I think Rob looks great, personally.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that I look like him.
Oh.
Do you think I look great?
Oh,
think
I
you
thought
look
you
great,
said
yeah.
you never heard that Rob
Yeah.
looks great.
Sorry, I won't cut you off again. What were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna. The one interaction I had with him was I met him in VR chat.
Yeah.
And he did the. I like to befriend people. I like to make a couple homies. But
Do you think that the word people is applicable for VR chatters?
Oh, I could go
No.
for a good meal.
good point. That's a great question. I'm gonna chew on that one.
Okay.
But day one, walk into a room with him. Before the first hello, he says, "You put me in one of your videos.
Yes.
I'll put you in one of my streams." And I felt like I was making like a deal with like a mafia boss. Like I thought,
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to like, you know, getting a drink first, talking.
Right.
But he got right into it, and we just haven't made any content since. I'm ready.
Yeah, I think Rob lives a very, very interesting lifestyle. Do you still enjoy VR chat?
Making content on that game ruins the social part of
It
it.
does that for every game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think any game that you start to make your job will instantly ruin it.
Yeah.
I've had that experience sometimes, but not every time.
You seem like you genuinely enjoy the games that you
absolutely.
yell about on Twitter.
Yeah, or I really enjoy yelling about the games that I don't like on Twitter.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's either I really enjoy to love it or I really enjoy to hate it, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but that's a vibe.
Yeah.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Listen up! We all spend an average about 14, 16 hours on the internet a day. It's no secret. But using it without today's sponsor, ExpressVPN, is like broadcasting your thoughts to everyone around you at all times. Yesterday, I spent 4 hours actively looking up cool, wicked squid facts. I hope none of my friends find out about my strange obsession with cool squids.
Don't squids have tentacles?
They do. Did you know that internet service providers know every single website you visit? It's frightening! Thankfully, ExpressVPN has you covered. You can feel safe and secure as you peruse the World Wide Web with ExpressVPN because it creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet. And it's as easy as clicking one button to turn it on. I'm talking phones, laptops, and even routers. Trust me, I've used ExpressVPN to protect my browsing personally. And I've used it to watch plenty of god-tier anime that would have otherwise been region locked. Not a problem with ExpressVPN. Secure yourself online immediately by visiting expressvpn.com/steak and eggs. That's expressvpn.com/STEAKNEGGS for an extra 3 months free. The links in the description below, and thank you, ExpressVPN, for sponsoring today's video.
What is your worst VR chat experience?
Is this
my God.
TOS?
Let's find out.
Let's find
I
out.
can
wanna know.
I can tiptoe the line
No,
so carefully.
no, don't bother.
Okay.
Yeah, just say whatever, man.
I'll let
Who
the editors
cares?
handle this.
There you go.
There have been so many bad ones,
Yeah.
but the worst is when you get fooled by the cult of personality, because there's so many people on there that are like good salespeople for their personality. They like seem like a
Yeah,
good
they're,
vibe.
they're like actors playing a character.
But then what's the
Exactly. And then the catch unfoils itself.
What
like
is it?
Well, this specific person,
Drama.
I started to put into my content because I was like, oh, this guy slaps.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah,
Great
sure.
content. He's got an accent. Love him. He's French.
Yeah.
And then, like 2 weeks into making content with him, I immediately find out he's like on my Discord trying to talk to underage people.
There it is. I knew that before he even said it.
Immediate.
What?
Yep.
Wow. That does. I thought that never happened.
Never in a game like VR chat.
Never.
But yeah, you gotta be vigilant and
Yeah.
like have like an attorney interviewing people before you go
Oh
and make
my
contact
God.
with them.
An
It's
attorney?
crazy. What?
An attorney, you said?
That was an exaggeration,
Oh.
but basically you gotta vet people.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm gullible.
Yeah, you know mute. Surely you know mute. What a mute is.
Yeah, and I've always wanted to have one. Do you have one?
I used to. So I believe that all mutes have mental illnesses, like
Oh.
for sure. Because I just don't understand how you can go onto a platform and make your entire personality. I'm never going to talk, and then I'm just going to throw ass the entire time.
Well, I mean, Silent Bob did that. In Jay and Silent Bob. He only says one thing every movie.
Yeah, one thing
Yeah.
is more than zero things.
But it's still like, his name's Silent Bob. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not-
but yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know how they don't get bored,
Yep.
because they're on there
That's
for
the
like
mental
hours
disorder
every
coming
day,
in.
right?
Yep. Yeah, I have no idea, but yeah, it is infuriating. Especially the worst thing is when people are mutes in VR chat,
Yeah.
and then they go to Discord, and they're still mutes.
Oh, because then you lose the body acting and the language.
And then it's just like, well, then why am I here with you? And then the worst thing is people who do talk, who cater to their lifestyle and say, it's okay, I'll carry every conversation we're ever in. And they are volunteering to actually speak to a brick wall every fucking day.
it's a free pass to just not have to be social.
It's insane.
It's
Seems like a cheat.
it's a cheat.
I hate it.
How do you know that you don't like it if you haven't tried it? Try not talking for the rest of this podcast.
No, that's not going to happen.
I'm afraid, actually, if he does that.
Yeah, I don't
I'd
know.
be fearful.
I mean, well, there was one time. So there was a stream. I think this was an Emeru or a Soda Poppin' stream, and Emmy was announcing a new show.
Yeah, I was in the middle of a scheduled
Yeah.
announcement. I don't remember what the show was. And then Tectone out of nowhere was like, dude, guys, you gotta like look, just interrupts like he didn't even realize it was going on. He got like was it a hate thread? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it was a hate thread.
I don't remember if people took it that seriously. And then for the stream after that we were all together, he became Angel Tone,
Yeah.
where he just didn't speak for like 2 hours, and when he did, it was like, oh, let me help you with this, like that. And people were like, we love this. This is amazing.
Would you? That.
They actually started to like him whenever he stopped talking. It was actually kind of crazy.
Oh my God, how did that feel?
Great. Oh wow.
I
that's
love
good.
mute tone.
So what is a mute?
Okay, so a mute is somebody who is generally, for any reason, shy, uncomfortable with their voice, doesn't, all of the above for this guy.
Right.
Doesn't want
Yeah.
to speak for whatever reason. And
Okay.
in the VR chat community, oh
Yeah.
God, it sounds so bad saying this out loud and putting it on paper.
Yeah,
It's they become kind of like pets.
okay.
This is what they would, well, they couldn't explain it like this.
So are they
'cause can't.
are they all people? Are they like cat girls that have like tails?
It's all
or-
across the spectrum, but
Okay.
but the one consistent factor
Yeah.
is that somebody will generally own the mute and kind
Okay.
of walk them around and like introduce them to people because they can't do it themselves. And
Tell me you took the devil's
everyone
deal.
that I haven't had one, but
Free gets air. you take me for a... Did you make the bargain? Are my wounds not deep enough? Orpheus will be free. There is no cost too high to unshackle my people. No more than Vlaakith will sow in Tuna. There is nothing I will... But you find a way to retrieve the hammer and free Orpheus. I will assemble his remaining honor guard, and together he will free us from Vlaakith and his tick. I will wait in the underground. Seek me when you have the hammer in hand. The Prince of the Comet aches for Githyanki liberation more than he might seethe when you free him. He might gnash his teeth and slander your name. But he will see reason. I promise you. A devil of... He will have made a...
The House of Hope.
The House of Hope, you say? Every house has an entrance, Istik. Even those in the Hells. You must find it.
You are wasting your time. And mine. Our true enemy is the Elder Brain. Focus your mind there.
Such fog coursing through my brain.
Look at me. You need only think of me.
You have the key to my heart. Snails are not an aphrodisiac. They're just solving. There's a difference.
I want to give it a good rumple.
Lovely and nice.
The finest strudel I've made. And they just ate it off each other's asses.
Don't fret.
The cucumbers
have to think
have been
about
taken
the
from the pantry.
I want to.
Again.
I just have such a headache.
I wish I could kiss you better. I mean, to try.
You have the key to my heart in that.
I put it on especially for you.
Will you tell Storm that snails are not an aphrodisiac?
I want to
Forget
give
your
it a
worries.
good
These
rumple.
wolves are our world.
There's a difference.
Sorry, I've just felt so distracted recently. Such fog coursing through my brain.
Look at me. You need only think of me.
That was the finest strudel I've made. And they just ate it off each other's asses.
Was that human boy insisting on playing his acoustic lute version of My House of Wonder?
Lovely and nice. I don't understand why I'm not sure what to
The cucumbers have been taken from the pantry. Again.
You have the key to my heart in that.
I put it on especially for you.
Scant few customers today. Don't take it off.
Don't
late
fret.
Thursday in years.
You
I
don't
want
have
to
to think
give
about
it a
it.
good rumple.
Will you tell Storm that snails are not an aphrodisiac? They're
I
just
wish I could kiss you
salty.
better. I mean, to try.
There's a difference.
Everyone that I've met in the VR chat community has come up to me at one point in time with their little side piece.
Yeah.
And it's at first it's very uncomfortable, but you know, now it is what it is now.
So are all the mutes girls? Well, girl avatars?
That's just VR chat. I think a lot of people use girl avatars.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was just curious because I feel
But
like why
yes.
would you want a guy as a mute, right?
It could happen.
But it hasn't, though.
It
right?
hasn't. Not
Yeah.
once
And that's
historically
crazy.
hasn't been marked down yet.
That's crazy how it
No.
works that way.
Yeah. Would you have a mute?
No, it's just another fucking thing you got to worry about, man. But I don't even have a pet in real life.
Oh.
Yeah, you can pet a real cat. That's nice. But then the cat's being annoying, and it's like, oh, fuck, this is going to ruin my life.
I'm really proud of tech right now.
Yeah? Is he
It's
working?
actually been 4 minutes without a
Wow.
word. Do you like it? Is this good for you? How are you feeling? I actually need him to talk so bad.
He looks so tense, like he's been not breathing for the
He just had to
duration.
uncross his legs. He's getting a little anxious.
He's
Like the
turning
veins
purple.
on his head just getting ready to pop the
Yeah,
fuck out.
he's all purple and red in the face.
Yeah.
You can see it. Have you guys played?
I have never played VR chat.
Same.
I went to,
Never.
I ordered a headset and then it got stolen, I guess, or they stole my $1,000. I don't know what happened, but I never got it. And so I never did VR chat. I feel like VR chat is like, you know, it's like 3D movies where it's like a fad, but I don't think it's ever really going to catch on all the way until people can like integrate it into their normal life without looking like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem is like if you see somebody with that Google Glass thing on, it's like, oh, beep, beep, retard alert. Let's get away from him. What the fuck is that? And so I think it's going to take a lot longer for like something like VR chat to pop off or like VR as like a thing. Like you have like things like the thing, like you said, the augmented reality where like you're vacuuming shit up and then like Pokemon Go. Like I think that's pretty popular, but I don't know if VR chat is going to work. Here's the real reason why I don't do it. Is because I don't want to stand up. I don't want to have to get up and move around.
You
Like-
don't have to.
You can sit in the game.
Well, in Sword Art Online, all he has to do is lay down.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
It'll get there. It'll get where you jack in to the Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then when you get out, you jack off.
Well, yeah.
The thing is, we're in that era of virtual reality where it's like when computers first came out and they were these like big things you had to wheel in the back of your pickup truck. In 10 years, they'll just be what you're saying, you know, a little dot you tape onto the side of your head and your Neuralink implant or your jack into your spine, or just glasses.
You ever have sex in VR?
Stop.
Have you or no?
What was the last?
God,
Wait,
no?
never?
Who do you think I am?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like I remember I went to like a gay wedding in WoW just to say that I did it. You know?
I sat down on this couch and I told you who I am. I'm a people watcher.
Okay.
I've seen people in VR chat have sex, and I've walked away immediately.
You ever cranking in VR?
Can you go back to being a mute?
I have. It's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Why
that's
is
dope.
it so good?
Because I have a very like immersive personality.
Yeah.
And so like it's like, you know, someone sitting
So
there
is
just,
your like what's your avatar in VR? Are you like a cat girl or are
oh,
you...
I'm a little egg.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little egg in a pot.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a cute little guy. I had a female model for a little bit because
Yeah?
Rob was very
Right,
assertive
of
on
course he
me
was.
doing that. And no, I decided I was happier as a little egg. And then, I cranked it once or twice. It was cool. But then it was just kind of weird and sad. So I stopped.
You're basically
Did you
in
get
public.
an audience whenever you did it?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was just chilling in a movie theater. And then this one model was AFK. They had a big old ass. Looked at it for like 10 seconds.
That was
Jerked off
awesome.
real quick. There it is. Done.
That's
it was good.
So the closest I've ever had to that
Mm.
was I was watching, I think it was Soda Poppin', and he was streaming with Nanners and
I love Nanners.
what was the other one? It was another
Lakari.
one. No, well, he comes later.
Another
And,
VTuber?
what? There's another VTuber.
Okay, here we go. Aethelstan, Silvervale,
It might have
Rainbow.
been somebody like Silvervale, something like that. Like,
Yeah,
I don't remember
Sylvie.
which, or it may have been Vay at that
Vay,
time.
yeah, probably. That
And
makes
so,
sense.
like, they were sitting next to each other as, like, these cute little cat girls flirting with each other.
Yeah.
And I would be honest, like, I'm like, damn, this is actually kind of hot. And I was watching this in VR chat, and then out of fucking nowhere, you hear off camera, hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, who's over here?
Lakari.
It's fucking Lakari. And
Yep.
he ruins the whole thing. That's the only experience I've ever had with VR chat.
Have you heard Lakari's experience with VR chat?
I had to see it.
God.
Yeah, a mute made him come, and he cried about it.
Really?
Like, he actually cried because he was so ashamed of himself. He just started crying.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yep. Because he was like, I'm a filthy, disgusting man.
I mean, that's not really so bad.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So when'd you crank it?
Listen,
Mhm.
that's akin to doing it in public. And if that's your thing, no.
No, it's-
actually not if that's your thing.
No, I don't think it's akin to doing that in public, personally.
Really?
Yeah.
In a Discord call, you would do it?
What the fuck? No, that's weird.
But you do it in virtual reality where they could see your hand going up and down.
Oh, well, no, I'm not saying find an open lobby with a whole bunch of people in it and then just start cranking it. I'm saying if it's you and your homie,
Okay.
and your homie has a hot model,
Got it.
and then they
Nah, bro, this is
AFK.
the same thing as like getting a Warthog in Halo, driving it into a wall so the controller vibrates, and jerking off to Cortana.
Yeah, I've done that too.
How do you think I know?
Because you did it too.
This is what it is.
Middle school was a wild time.
Yeah.
It was.
The thing is, I haven't personally, God, never would I.
Of course
Yeah.
not.
But actual virtual reality nography, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't, but I've been told by people it's very realistic. I've been told.
No, it's not. No, it's stupid as shit.
Really?
Yeah, it's like these sad little people and they're like dry humping and then they're telling each other, it's like, okay, I'm gonna jerk off. Are you jerking off too? Oh,
So
we're both-
I don't do VR because I don't want to get up and move around. Emmy, why don't you do VR?
Because all that you're talking about scares me a little bit.
It should. It should.
Yeah.
No, it should. It's a dark place. I agree.
Do
You're
you
smart
think
for
that
not
it will
getting in
ever
there.
get brighter?
I hope.
It will.
I really hope.
It will.
How could it possibly
Once
be
VR
better?
chat dies, it'll be so much better off.
It'll be better when it's dead.
Yep.
Okay.
It truly needs to go down.
What it's really good for though is what I do on YouTube, which is like make skits on it, because it's like
Yeah.
it's basically just like an endless set without needing any budget.
Yeah.
You just do whatever you want. It's like Gary's Mod, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
everyone else has made the content already.
I think VR chat is a platform that allows people to live, sustain, and be losers for their entire life until they die.
I can do that without VR chat.
Yep, but
Yeah,
that makes it
same.
even easier
Yeah.
because then you surround yourself with other losers and that makes you feel like you're not a loser and everybody else is wrong except for you. And then you go comfortable in that. That's why there's tons of like mid-30s, early 40s people in VR chat who have amounted to nothing. And this is-
really?
Yep, absolutely.
The
yes.
dark thing is there's like a lot of people that are having real bad drinking problems from that game.
Oh my God.
Because it's like putting the social part of drinking in your room, like a bar is in your
Yep.
room at all
So
times.
you might as well just start drinking.
Yeah.
Now, once again, I can only talk about my experience with VR chat, but it was one of the most sad, pathetic things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Really? Why?
Well, the worst thing is when you meet VR chatters in real life
Oh,
and they
really?
talk to you about the things that you've done in VR chat as if they were real things.
Like what?
Like, let's say you like RP for a night that you're dating, or you RP for a day that you were like cops and robbers, and they can't distinguish between fiction and reality because they're in there so much they think that it's fucking real. And then when you realize that everybody's RP to them is real and it's not to you, it's weird as shit.
Yeah.
Because a person thought that we were dating because we were RP dating in VR chat.
Was it a guy in real life?
Yes.
I would have never guessed that.
I know, because there's only men in VR
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what the ratio is of men to women.
99.9 to 0.1. Yeah.
It's like a 90-10.
Okay.
It's like a 90-10. But the 10% that use it for the right reasons, you know, they're in a wheelchair, they can't go out and have like this, they can't go to an amusement park. That's the place for them.
Yeah,
Sure.
no, actually, I forgot there was
Can't go
one
near a
time.
school.
I didn't play VR myself, but like someone like put their headset on me, and this was when it was new, so this is like 5 years ago.
Sure.
And they were in a realm, I don't know what it's called, with like maybe like 50 other people in VR. And so my friend was like, "Oh yeah, this is Emmy. she's like using my headset, and it was all dudes except for there was one girl, and they were all like obsessively fawning over this girl, and I was like, I'm fucking terrified. I don't want this to be me, and I never played it.
Yeah. I think the other thing that's really sad about VR chat is when you meet somebody in VR chat who's like the absolute worst, disgusting version of themselves, but when you meet them in real life, they're like so nice and pleasant.
Well, because they have an outlet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And you see that horrible side.
What's the
Truly shame.
horrible side, like a sex freak or like?
Yeah, sex freak,
ew.
you know, them
Yeah.
parading around a little army of children behind them, you know.
What?
Yeah, it's real weird shit over there, man.
Well, we did the same thing on WoW. Like we would call like gay sex hotlines. And I remember one time we were in queue for so long, we got this guy to say that he wanted us to shit on his face and then let the shit stay there so it turned into like clay.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And that's what we would do because it was like a 45-minute queue.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
man?
and it's like, well, that's like it's like an outlet, right? And like, so you do that, and then you go back to real life, and then you're normal. But like, the problem is that if you have no outlet for that, then slowly you start to ruin your own real life. You start to go to furry conventions, stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, not a fan of that shit. Plus, we're getting into the zone where, like, even for, like, you know, GTA RP. I think this happens in all RP, where relationship RP gets really weird really quick. Not a fan of that.
I hate GTA RP.
Yeah.
I think it's boring because it's not real.
Yeah.
Have you done it?
No.
I'm so curious about GTA RP, like what the community there is like. Are they like? Do they treat it like it's GTA? It's like everything's crime and they'll say whatever the fuck they want.
So even the most normal of people will talk about the events that happen within GTA RP as if they were in real life. And that's why it's very confusing because even some of my very close friends, like Seer, for example, I'll have like Seer and S-Fan in a room and they'll be talking about like, oh my God, did you hear? Like that guy got like shot, like he died. Like,
Yeah, I've had this, like I'll be
real.
hanging out there
Yeah.
and they'll be like, yeah, so he's like suing me now and I don't know what to do. It's so terrible. And I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh, GTA. I'm like, oh.
Oh, it instantly makes the conversation sound way more boring.
Yeah. Well, no, this is in a video game.
Yeah.
It's different, but we're pretending like it's real life.
By the way, so tell me, I don't know, I looked up some of your most popular videos, and there was a character called Emmy that was very popular.
Uh-oh.
Who's that? Are they based off of that one?
It's not me.
It's someone cosplaying. No, it's Emmy, my friend Emmy OK.
I swear to God, I know who that is.
Some people in the community know her.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It's not. No. Emmy has not been moonlighting on my channel. No,
Okay, yeah,
to
those
answer your
clips
question.
blew the fuck up.
They did. She's very funny.
Yeah, do you think the era of VR chat, like, do you think that content that you posted 4 years ago would still blow up today or no? Or do you think the era of VR chat is over?
I don't think it ever even blew up because it was VR. I think
Yeah.
it was just like basically like an animation channel at that point. You're just using the VR headset to puppet your animations.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it could do really well now. I think it's hit its plateau because I'm just, you know, I've already kind of thrown it out into the ether and it caught on.
Yeah,
But,
because I think the peak of VR was probably what, Uganda Knuckles?
oh God, the actual VR, the actual VR peak was Uganda Knuckles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
That shit was funny as fuck.
I remember there was one time I was at Target and there was like a 7-year-old and like a 4-year-old that were saying, do you know the way to each other? And then like that woman, I've never seen somebody thinking about like a post-birth abortion more than her. Like she's sitting there thinking, I should have done it. Oh, this is bad. They did that for like 20 minutes or something like that. It was insane.
Do you think VR chat is a positive or an overall negative on the world?
I think the historians will look back at it as a stepping stone to a great place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the metaverse. Have you seen the whole metaverse schools that are being implemented in Japan?
No. Is
Really?
this like, no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, they're starting to have optional classes where your kids can go on the internet to join the metaverse and go and sit inside virtual classrooms
Like
in order to get their...
Cyberpunk Edge Runners?
Yes.
Okay.
And get their education via the internet.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would happen here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. What do you think about that?
I think it does already happen here.
Could somebody shoot up a school in a virtual one?
No.
No.
They could.
That seems better than what we have.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's move it all online.
Yeah.
I do worry about the implications for a child who does get their entire education over the metaverse due to the fact that I feel like it is important to go to school and be uncomfortable around people who you don't like, so that way you get used to how the real world kind of is.
I agree.
I wish I had a block button in school. That would have been sick. But they do ASL they do ASL classes teaching like sign language because there's finger tracking. And I'm sure it just reminded me there are actual people who cannot speak. Their vocal cords got, attacked by a cougar or they have a disease.
Yeah, true.
One or the other only. And then, but then that's the place for them because they can actually learn ASL online and then they can body act and play games with people. Whereas like you're playing Overwatch, you can't speak, you can't do anything.
Yeah. By the way, what was going on with you and Casey Tron on Twitter?
She's just mad.
Why is she so mad at you?
I was mad. What else?
There's legit no reason.
I mean, she's mad because there's a lot of reasons why she's mad at me.
Yeah.
It goes back probably like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm going to be honest. Who gives a fuck?
That's true.
Who gives a fuck? Like, we're in a position now where what she thinks or doesn't think is not really relevant to anyone.
That's true. Yeah, I thought like she stopped making content like 8 years ago.
A lot of people thought that.
Isn't she like 50?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, because I used to watch her stuff back in 2012.
I did too.
Yeah.
She would play League.
Yeah, was she like the original booby streamer or no?
One of the original, yeah.
Yeah, people did not like her for that.
Yeah.
It's become a daily tradition of me to go on and see what drama that I don't think that you've called for whatsoever. I'll be real, okay? I don't really think that you've caused more drama than drama that comes at you.
I really this is like I have a fucking industry now. Like this is insane. People are getting so mad. Like I don't even have to do anything anymore. I just turn on my stream and it's like, what are people saying about me? I'll just talk about that. Yeah. It's great.
I did the same thing for the first time. It was very nice.
Yeah.
Woke up, had 3 hate threads today. Checked those, and now I'm kind of bummed because I'm not gonna lie, it does make your life way easier.
I have a real question. When you, as someone who hasn't been in the thick of the drama, like you guys, do you welcome it now? Like, are you so deep in now that like now when it comes in, you're like, another thing to talk about?
They farm it themselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, for me, like at the beginning, it would bother me because I was like, oh, maybe people might stop watching me. And then it seems like every single time that one of these things happen, more people start watching. So it doesn't really matter. And so that was the only thing I was really kind of worried about. Other than that, no, it's like at this point, and it might sound bad, but it's true. I don't really consider them people. It's like these are just like getting aggro on a bunch of low-level NPCs.
Yeah.
That's about it. If I see like a Twitter thread about me or something like that.
For me, it really bothered me until I saw his reaction to it. And like, for example, when you're in the drama, you think that everybody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
And you're worried about what your friends are going to think. And you're worried about what everybody's going to think. And then you go around like your friends and you realize that they laugh at it. They don't give a fuck. And that's how it should be.
Or they don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Asmon, because whenever Asmon's in drama, I've never been like, oh my God, what did you do? I'm just like, wow, these people are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how everybody goes.
I feel like we are at the point in the internet sphere where it is unavoidable at some point in your career, whether you did something or not, where it'll come to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a cool mentality to have.
I think the biggest, what's bigger than the people who go and make hate threats for Asmongold, I think what's even bigger of an issue are the people who actively pander to the mobs in fear of having that happen to them. Because when it
will happen anyway.
Exactly. And when you bend a knee and when you apologize for something that you shouldn't have apologized to, that's going to give them blood in the water, and they're going to become even more voracious and ferocious towards everyone.
A great example of this is whenever that crazy bitch walked up to Hassan and got mad at him for using a can of Starbucks or Pepsi. Remember that?
Whoa, I've never heard of this.
Yeah. So, this
is pretty recent.
It was very recent. And so Hassan's in Australia, and this goblin comes up to him, just absolutely.
He was at like a protest.
Yeah,
right? Just
and
like for context.
This is a person who is clearly on at least one, if not more, medications. And she's like getting angry at him because he's drinking something from a company that has some sort of relationship with Israel. And so she's like telling him, stop drinking it, put it in another can, at least pretend like you care. And he's like, what the fuck? And it's like you can never win with those people because they're crazy, and you can't reason with an unreasonable person.
Yeah, I agree. Or like there was somebody else who apologized for saying no cap on a stack for real.
Oh,
Was that
Valkyrie.
Ray?
It
Yeah.
might have been Ray.
Valkyrie apologized for it. Yeah, I remember that. That
And
was a
getting
very popular
bullied
thing.
into apologizing for something you never should have apologized
Yeah,
for.
but she's kind of different because she's not like, I don't feel like she has to put on like a fake face to pander. Like she is like a very sweet, wholesome person that
Oh, no,
cares
I was
about-
saying she got
no,
bullied
no,
into it.
I know.
Yeah.
Like that was like ridiculous. She had to apologize for that. But I think that like a better example is like a lot of those Minecraft creators.
Yeah.
You know, like they were always like apologizing for every little thing, and then like it's just like over time they kept like having to, you know, answer for all these different things until eventually their communities kind of just like either were like, we hate you now, or they're like, this is exhausting.
Yep.
You know.
And then you see them try to go above and beyond and get educated and listen to what the Twitter mob mentality happened. And that also fucks them because then they say the shit that they say out loud and they get a hate. Because there's another content creator in the Genshin Impact space who was trying very hard to like listen to what the Twitter mob was saying. And then he said something that they said out loud, which was, oh yeah, Chinese people can't be racist. They're a minority. I'm like, what?
Wait, who said that?
Oh man. I would like this to be censored out just so that way they don't get any more shit because they feel so fucking stupid for saying it. It's,
Oh.
Yeah, Doro44.
I don't even know what the fuck.
Yeah. Is that not the
I mean, if
dumbest
they
you've
feel
ever heard?
stupid for saying it, then it's fine, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's okay. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Bro, as
Yeah.
a half Chinese person, that is crazy. Even my own family, a lot of them are racist. The
Yeah.
ones that are in Asia, the older ones.
My family's all racist, guys.
Bro,
Insane.
my dad's white. They didn't want my mom to marry my dad because they've only seen white guys in like TV and stuff. So
Yeah.
like, you don't want to marry an American man. All they do is beat on their wives and cheat on them.
It's not wrong. I also learned something else that was crazy because I do a lot of like researching for like how to make people the most money and all that stuff because I love bringing money to people and figuring out like how to fix your channel, how to max out monetization.
You want to give me some right now? I mean,
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you 100%. So if you say anything bad about China, you can potentially be fucking your entire sponsorship like journey straight up.
in VR chat. This was like, I'm not even gonna say the time because I don't want to lead a trail to where it actually is. I had a sponsor in the past, and in VR chat, there's, you know, community-made models. There was a tank that we just happened to use in a video that was sponsored by a mobile game company.
Oh,
The tank happened to be had like a little red dot on it somewhere.
Yeah.
Just happens to be the Republic of China something party. And they thought I was trying to secretly slide in a political statement. They
Right.
were furious with me that I
with
that
like
I had
the
it.
Tibet,
Yeah.
Tiananmen Square. Yeah.
Yeah,
true.
and I
Yeah,
didn't
but
know.
that-
But
yeah, but
I'm just I'm a stupid American. I don't know.
But what do you mean Tiananmen Square?
It was a big thing.
That didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's wild.
Plus 1,000 social credit.
There you go. I got you. China number one.
So that's like one trick on how to make money is to never say anything bad about China.
Never shit talk China.
Okay, what's
'Cause
number two?
Number two, oh, here's another great one for any YouTube content creators. So, place an ad every 30 seconds in your videos.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, want me to explain to you how this works? I've done
No.
tons. So you can 2.5 to 3x the monetization on your channel if you do this. Okay, and the reason why you do it is because the way YouTube ads work is every 5 minutes there's an internal cooldown for since the last time an ad played till the next time an ad plays. So you place an ad every 30 seconds in your videos. That way, the moment that 5 minutes is up, ad again. Yup.
Damn, that
What's your watch time like? I'm curious.
My watch time is fantastic. No, no. I don't do this. I would never do this. But if somebody else did, they would make a lot more money.
YouTube tracks the viewer behavior too. So if you're the type of viewer who sees an ad and books it, it keeps track of your account, so it'll serve you
Less
more
ads.
spread out ads because it doesn't want you to leave.
My viewer percentage is 60 to 65%. So it's quite
Oh
good.
wow, that's really high.
Yeah. Well, because I do like more long form, higher attention span content.
Yeah, but still, that's
It's
really
probably the
high.
same as yours. Yours probably around there as well?
I just look at the amount of money.
There you go.
Yeah.
$10 billion.
Oh, wow.
What a slow month.
Yeah. No, I
Alright,
don't ever
good
really.
tips.
So, well, I mean, like your YouTube's been popping off. You've been putting out all those shorts, right?
Yeah, and then my long form videos have been doing well too. But I mean, it's been good streams. I
Yeah.
just collabed with Valkyrie and Pokey.
I
all
feel
those
like a
people.
lot of people need to focus more on YouTube. I think YouTube is like where, like, especially for streaming. Like, do you stream at all? Like, or
Literally about to start.
really?
Yeah, I've been a YouTube boy for like 10 years.
Why?
It's like it's time.
Why?
I don't know how you guys do it. Streaming looks. I've attempted it, and I've been on other people's streams. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
You finish 2 to 3 hours, like, or you don't. Some of you go like 10 hours. 2 to 3 hours in, I'm like melting inside.
Yeah.
What do you?
Well, then you're done.
Just
Do
stop.
I just
You just stop.
Do I have to care less? Turn the dial down? What
Well,
do you?
I mean, you can, but like, okay, so
Depends on what you want.
I have a homie. I'll even tell you who it is. It's this guy called Diddy Sauce, and he makes like 10 videos every fucking day and says how easy it is. But then he goes live and he doesn't know what the fuck to do. Well, just go live and make those 10 videos that you were gonna make just on the fucking stream.
Right.
And it's the exact same thing. You save so much time, but like every streamer should just wake up, do their shit, go live, do 4 hours minimum, and then just end the fucking stream. And 4 hours is easy and fun. And if not, then do 2 to 3 hours. But when you do the 2 to 3 hours, just make sure everybody knows when that time is.
Yeah.
And just go live at the same time every day. And you'll do it for 28 days. Because it takes 28 days to form a habit. Do it for 28 days straight.
Every day.
28 days.
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Who cares about work-life balance?
Well, that's what I'm
Let's
saying.
go.
But that is your
28
work,
days.
though.
That's true.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you're saying that people don't do YouTube enough now?
I don't think that they do. I think that YouTube is a much bigger audience. Like Twitch, like a lot of the people that grow a lot on Twitch now grow through platforms off of Twitch.
Yep.
Like, for example, like Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok primarily. Guys like Kai or Jinxie or somebody like that who's like really popular, Queso. Like where their popularity really is and where they get a lot of those people coming into the streams from is from those other platforms. And I feel like Twitch as like a platform on its own is kind of like, kind of stale, I would say.
Yeah. I am wondering, what platforms do you think convert the most to Twitch?
YouTube.
It's YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree 100%. So I have a friend, her name's Pink Chu. She's blowing up on TikTok right now, getting like
Okay.
2.3 to 3 million views on her TikTok shit right now. I don't know how to help her convert TikTok viewers to Twitch viewers. Is that even possible?
TikTok viewers don't go anywhere.
I
Do they
think they
not?
will. I mean, it's just a matter of degree, right? So, like, if YouTube viewers convert at 10%, TikTok converts at 2%.
Yeah, because you're huge on TikTok.
Yeah, I don't really post there anymore though.
Is there any reason why? Is it a useless platform?
Well, Pink does cosplay stuff as well, right?
Yep.
I think if you're doing cosplay stuff on TikTok, you should view it more as like either a hobby or like, spreading yourself out more, putting your eggs in more baskets than something that will be a primary source of income or primary content creation thing.
Yeah.
Because when did I stop doing TikTok? I think when I stopped doing TikTok actively, I had 1.6 million followers. I have more now, but like it's like from Twitch. I don't really post there anymore. And I wouldn't get a ton of viewers from TikTok to Twitch. But it depends, because I mean, people like Jinxie got popular because of TikTok, but that's because what was popular on TikTok was his Twitch clips.
Yeah.
So people were like, oh, I want to find the source. But if you're making stuff on TikTok and it's
For
not,
TikTok.
and it's like for TikTok, it's not stream stuff, then no, it won't translate at all.
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
think Twitch highlight clips should be viable on TikTok or
They
no?
they are, yes.
Let's start with TikTok.
Oh, yeah. People post mine all the time.
You have a TikTok as well?
The fuck no. I do. I have one to look up clips of myself. And that's it. Yeah, I never go on there unless I want to see something really stupid or something like that, or just see what people are saying about me.
You
That's
have
it.
the kind of rabid viewer base of people that will just do the TikTok uploading for you. You don't even need your own channel.
Well, I had that for a while, and now I'm trying to get it back again because one of the guys that did it just quit. I don't know why. I mean, I don't even talk to him.
He's stealing my editor.
I am.
Wait, have you already got him, the new editor, or no?
We'll see. I mean,
He's not really stealing him. I just said
Yeah.
that. I mean, he's
I
gonna
am
work for
stealing
both
him.
of
You
us.
just don't know it yet. It'll
Oh,
be,
no.
yeah, I mean, trust me.
Dude, I stole my homie Mr. Pokey's editor.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it has changed my life.
Really?
He's the fucking best. His name's Happy Pleb. He watches
happy?
He's fucking ill.
Wow.
He's ecstatic to work for me. Like, he goes through every single one of my VODs. He clips all this shit without even me talking. He knows how to. He learned how to do the the Asmund Baldy voice that your shit has.
I know. Yes, I saw that your clips editor is doing the exact same fucking thing. I think it's pretty funny.
You know what's crazy?
What?
I didn't even ask him to do that. He was doing that for Mr. Pokey's channel because he was copying your shit. And I'm like, wait, he's just like Asmund's editor.
My editor.
Give me that
My
shit.
editor copies him too.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. I mean, hey.
My editor's like a hybrid, like Asmund Valkyrie fucking bullshit.
Dude, it is crazy because like there are some editors that make better content than like main channel shit. Like you, I will never stop singing their praises. Your editor is the greatest.
I know.
Okay.
It's great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I don't even have to do anything. Like sometimes somebody will make a tweet about me and I won't even talk about it and he'll just make a video making them look stupid. And they'll be like, hey, we heard about you get cooked on Asmund clips. Wait, what? When did I do that? You shit on this guy. Like, wait, did I? And he just like, he'll like AI in my voice talking shit about this guy.
What the
And I'm like, okay, great.
I need that, bro.
The AI voices are nuts. I've been seeing some editors, like, instead of having to hit you up and be like, hey, can you give me a line of you saying this for the beginning of the clip? They're just using an AI of their... Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, dude, there's a clip channel that's trying to start drama with me right now. And they're using an AI voice. And this shit is so realistic. And everybody thinks it's a real chick, but it's not. I know it's AI 100% because AI technology has gone so far for voice recognition to where it's even giving them time to pause, make mouth noises, and even breathing.
It could even be you making those clips behind the scenes.
I know. I have thought of that. I have thought about
make
making
your own drama.
I know. And that would be fucking genius, bro. And feud with this person for 3 months. And then the big reveal.
Right.
It was me. Oh, that would be so cool. Damn, I need to do that. By the way, if you could pick any superpower in the whole world, what would you pick?
Ooh.
It just tells a lot about a person.
Flight?
That's such a shitty superpower.
Such a not
That's what I would
It's
want.
so useless.
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck would you pick
What?
flight?
For travel, convenience.
Okay, use an airplane. You can already do that.
Airplanes can fly.
Okay.
No, but I'm just saying, flight is so shit
you
because you
don't-
can already do it in real life.
No, okay, but then you don't have to go to the airport 2 fucking hours early. You don't have to sit on the plane with all these people that smell like shit and screaming babies. You can just fly there when you feel like it.
Am I crazy? If you could pick any power in the world and you're gonna pick a superpower just because it gives you convenience,
Okay, well, it is a bad idea because
Thank you.
if you go up that high, the oxygen level would be really low, and so it'd be hard for you to breathe. And
Yes.
so
You don't have to.
couldn't-
You don't have to go up that high though.
Well, I mean, then you're worried about like getting hit by a building or having to go around buildings and stuff like that.
so I don't think you mean that. I think you could choose a better one. I don't think that you would choose flight. I think that was your gut. I think you messed up
How are you vetoing his own choice?
because he's wrong.
Okay.
Think about it.
Oh,
Really,
God, he's in my head.
Any power in the whole world. You can do anything.
Flight is so good. What are you talking
You
about?
can have a thing where you cure diseases on people just by looking at them.
Oh, okay.
You see what I mean?
Dude, is read minds a good one?
Yes, it is. That's
I
fantastic.
would not.
Mines
I
could
would
be
not
good.
want read lines.
That's as long as you can shut it off,
Yeah.
having the option.
Oh, dude,
If you couldn't shut it off, it's a curse.
like Jean Grey, where she walks into a room and she hears every voice at the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
fucking time until she loses her mind, then she dies and becomes the Phoenix. Awesome. I would choose time stop.
Damn it. I
Why?
wasn't thinking hard enough.
Why?
Yeah.
Because what if I drop a cup of water and I can stop time so I can pick it back up?
Time
And there's no other reason.
travel.
Can you
another
just have
step.
like a fire? Like you can make fire and then just evaporate the water? I mean, I feel like that's way cooler.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
I gotta use fire, and then
Yeah, it's
what if I accidentally
badass.
misclick, and then I'm like, oh shit, there goes grandma.
Well-
She's screaming in pain by the fireplace, man.
Just pay attention.
Oh, I can't do that, man. I mean, shit, I probably got like a 40% average retention on a YouTube short, man. I can't pay attention when I'm shooting fire out my hands.
Here's where we cook. You pick time travel.
Yep.
You keep your same job. You go every time Mr. Beast posts a video, you travel back in time to before he conceptualized it, and you just make the video. Instant riches.
That's disgusting.
Yep.
It's
That's-
amazing.
I love that. That's actually so good.
Diabolical.
Yeah.
And then claim that he's copying you.
Right. Oh my God! You could actually ruin this man's career. He would be huddled in a corner of of his apartment because he would have never made it. He'd be huddled in the corner just crying because he keeps coming up with these genius ideas. He'd be like, this guy just keeps posting them a couple days after I come up with the idea.
I'd be in his apartment crying, still counting a million pennies, reading every word in the dictionary. Dude, Mr. Beast's claim to fame is the best. I love that guy, man. That's my #1 goal on YouTube right now, is to be in a Mr. Beast video.
Really?
Oh, I want to be in one so bad. Because I would fucking dominate.
Really?
Did you see the ages 1 through 100 challenge?
Are you really going to talk about how you're going to dominate a 98-year-old woman or some kind of shit like
Yes,
that?
sir.
I will fucking destroy her.
I would. Dude, there was this Mr. Beast video called Ages 1 through 100. And there was these two motherfuckers. I believe it was 42 versus 58, which is a 42-year-old versus a 58-year-old. And it was midway through the challenge. Oh my God, dude, you need to get on Mr. Beast Reacts. They're the best.
Oh my God.
And this dumb fuck, one guy was smart, the other guy was stupid as shit. The entire challenge was, if you leave the pod, because everything was blacked out, if you leave the pod, you win $250,000. But if anyone else leaves the pod, then you both get eliminated and you both get nothing. This guy waits the very last 5 seconds. He goes out. He goes out for the first minute. There's 3 minutes left, and he says the whole time, I am outside my pod. If you go out, you will lose everything. Last 2 seconds, another guy steps out. And he did it just to make the other guy not win the money and get him eliminated. This sparked, I can't believe you haven't seen this happen. This was all over the internet. Like, this sparked the most controversy I've ever seen around a Mr. Beast video, where they weren't saying, man, Mr. Beast is so bad because he helped out a village in Africa.
Yeah.
Like, they were actually so furious at not the 58-year-old, the 42-year-old for being angry at the 58-year-old because he made him lose $250,000.
Why?
Oh, because people are fucking stupid, and they think the 58 guy was base as fuck because the 42 guy was apparently a supervillain. Oh, it was just such a fucking headache, man. It's one of those things where I'm
So
feeling
is he like
fucking
just
crazy.
doing the Squid Games now, basically, or what?
Yes, he's making a new TV show, and I cannot fucking wait.
That's awesome.
Yes, I have so far met 2 of the Mr. Beast crew. And, eventually I'll collect all of the Exodia, and then I'll eventually be in a Mr. Beast video.
That's okay.
Yep. It's going to happen, man. It's going to be good.
So do you think you'd be the villain of the video? if you-
Absolutely.
yeah.
Right. Because here's what I fucking hate. Oh, my God. You ever watch Survivor?
Yeah.
Okay, Survivor. Why do people in competition reality shows get villainized for playing the fucking game?
Because if they weren't, then people wouldn't have the willing suspension of disbelief and imagine that it's real. And then the reality TV show wouldn't be reality. They have to get the idiots mad, because if the idiots aren't mad, then they wouldn't be watching in the first place because they wouldn't be idiots.
Jesus Christ, that makes so much sense. But
Yeah, go ahead, though.
I want to deep dive here. When you're in a competition reality show, the first word, it's like, for example, the drunk trash talk tournament we did the other day, where I got a hate threat. Oh, God, I keep saying the other day when it was like 7 fucking months ago.
Yeah.
I got drunk and trash talk at the drunk trash talk tournament. I got a hate threat for that.
Yeah.
Okay? The same thing for competition reality shows. Why the fuck are people getting angry for people competing in a competition TV show? And they say, oh, man, he lied? What a horrible person. It's like, bro, that's how you win. It's like people who don't lie in Among Us. It drives me fucking nuts. And like, aren't your morals more better than this? No, they're fucking not, because there was a part where it was deal or no deal. If you pick up a case and it says eliminated, you're eliminated. If you pick up a case and it says you're safe. And so people would literally tell the truth and tell people what was in their case, because the first person gets the case, the other person has to choose to steal it or not. And the first 11 people were legit just saying what was in the fucking case.
They've never played Mafia. They've never played Among Us.
Do you want to play Mafia?
Oh, yeah.
We'll play today. On my life. Fucking love that game. I played last night as well. It was fucking dope. And the first 11 people were just saying, hey, I got safe. If you take my case, you're safe.
Yeah.
Legit. Hey, I got eliminated, so don't pick my case, you'll get eliminated. And they were like, okay, I won't. And they were telling the truth every time. 12 people go in. One person lies, and they lie about what's in their case. The other person trusts them, and they get guilted and booed for playing the game?
Here's the thing.
Yeah, sorry.
If you play a reality show as a villain because it's the best way to play the game, you're just shitty at the game. Because almost every single reality show at some point later in the season has something where the contestants come back and vote someone, or there's always, like Mr. Beast has this all the time.
It's like,
where
is it like a Mario Party?
Exactly, where you get to vote somebody in. So being genuine even if it fucks you over early, if you get lucky, the winner always ends up being a genuine person because that's the best TV, that people want to see the hero win.
Well, there are some seasons of Survivor where the villain does win. But what I'm saying is, I would much prefer someone win the game by being good at the game than see some pussy get lucky and win. That shit drives me nuts. Maybe I just like villains more than I like good guys, but I don't know, man.
Who the hell do you think reality TV is made for? People that think
moms.
it's they think that shit's real.
Yeah.
I saw a picture on Facebook of Jesus, but he was a shrimp. And then there was like 1,000 people commenting on it saying amen.
What the fuck?
That's a whole series on YouTube clips right now.
Okay, you fucking saw this. Okay, thank you. Because I feel like a crazy person even saying it.
No.
Why were you on Facebook?
On fucking Facebook? I saw a picture of it.
Oh.
Would I go on there?
People are all saying AI bad. Don't use it. There is an entire huge viral culture on Facebook, Instagram Reels, YouTube clips of like people just going into ChatGPT, putting in Jesus saves a kitten from a tree while the devil tries to kill the kitten with a gun. And then it's just a compilation of these pictures with like royalty-free music playing. I bet the scripts are auto-generated too.
Oh, of course.
And it's just day after day, and then every single comment, amen.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Yeah.
And it's like praying on the Christian community. Yeah. It's wild.
I think it's great. I really do. It gives them something to do.
Yeah, it was very fun because I was playing League of Legends on stream the other day, and
That doesn't sound fun.
Oh, that was not fun. I was doing it just to like test. Well, my audience, how many will
You've
leave?
been playing League. Did you see Forsen and Soda are also playing League right now? Why?
No, I did not see that. Why are they playing League?
I don't know why. I don't know.
We need to stop them.
Yeah.
Let's play League.
Okay. I spent 9 hours yesterday getting from Emerald 2 0 LP to Emerald 1 1 LP. 9 hours of my fucking day. I had a day where I was like, you know what? I have literally nothing I need to do today. I'm gonna do what I want. And I played League for 9 hours.
I will say, doing that by yourself, that is very sad. And I just want to let you know that as your friend.
So you didn't rank up.
I don't like playing League with other people.
You should.
Why?
You really should.
Because when they suck, I get annoyed.
Well, then find someone who you can play with who doesn't suck. That way, at least you can strengthen a bond or a friendship while you're doing it.
What if I don't want to do that?
Well, that's really sad.
Okay.
Well, so you telling me you played 9 hours, you didn't rank up?
No, I did.
Oh. Well, I thought you said you started in Emerald, you're still in Emerald.
Yes, but
Okay, so you didn't rank up.
But
Okay,
there's
that's what I
five.
thought,
There's
yeah.
5 different divisions.
So you're in the same rank, though?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't rank up.
Yes, but you can't do that in one day, unless like.
Well, of course not, because you didn't.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
So as the
I mean, that's just
challenger
the way it
player
is.
here.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, look, it is what it is.
I
Okay,
beat you to- I
Tectone,
beat you to do.
Tectone, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you could do the same thing, but just do ranked 5s and
No.
get. Why not?
Why would I do that when
Dude,
I can
because
do it by
I'm-
myself?
My league time is so min-max because I get the 4 people who I want to play with, who are my homies, and then I also bring other people in the chat, like, or not, well, not, oh my God, Jesus Christ, in the call. So that way I can, like, talk to my friends, catch up with them, talk about their day.
Because then
maybe
you
I
have to
need-
fucking deal with their shit.
I need
And,
to
like,
be fixed, bro.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way. Like, I play MMOs by myself.
Okay, no, but he's actually like, no offense.
Okay.
But I think for me, so the thing is, I was a girl during the era where people like fucking hated
What do you
girl
mean you were a
gamers.
girl? You're. Okay, never mind. Okay, I get it now.
Okay, that's another conversation.
Okay.
But I was a girl during the era where people fucking hated girl gamers or were like, why are they here? Or like, if you're good, that's not real. So I got into this very independent mentality where I was like, you know what? Then I'm just gonna do it by myself. And I remember I was the first like known League girl streamer to solo to Diamond, and ever since then, I just don't like playing with other people.
So it's ego.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's cool, but it's also very sad. You know?
Why? Why is
Well-
that sad?
Well, because eventually, you know what? Maybe you don't care. I have this vision of where, when I die, which will probably be in the next 5 years or so.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to know that I lived a beautiful life and made impact on people's lives. And my funeral will be nice, and then I'll be buried into a sarcophagus. With
So, but then me bringing 4 other people to play League with me, how is that making their life better?
Well, because then they're their friend, and that's
I have friends that play League.
play with them.
Carry them.
Okay.
Because they either suck or they do what I do, but they do it 10 times more than I do, so they're in Challenger.
Oh, that's true.
Like you.
Out of curiosity, so you're better than me at League by a lot. And I realized that the other day. We played draft about, what was that, like 4 weeks ago?
No, it was crazy. I had like 30 kills and I got a pentakill, and I still couldn't win with him and his friends.
Okay, but was
That's
it
bad.
my fault? Was it my fault or was it my friends?
It was not your fault.
Thank you.
Okay.
Holy shit. So
Well, it was no one's fault.
no, it was Zizek's. It was
it's
Zizek's
always
fault.
somebody's fault.
It was my
Zizek.
fault. I should have carried harder.
No, this is Zizek's first time Xerath, and he's already fucking dog shit. Okay, the only thing he's good at is RP and beating people up and also killing people. You know, he's a soldier. He's the reason why we lost. How good do you actually think I am? Like, do you think I'm pretty good
At games?
at League from 1 to 10?
Well, I think that you're kind of one of those people, and like, I don't want this to inflate your ego, but some
Come on.
people, when they pick up a game, they naturally learn it faster than other people, and I think that you're one of those people.
Except
But
Elden Ring.
I said, but you're above average. You're not like pro player
Cool.
level, like box or like double
Here's
it.
the thing.
You're not dumb.
Absolutely.
But you're above average for
Here's the
sure.
thing. Nobody is box.
No.
He is pound for pound one of the greatest gamers ever fucking spawned. He's insane. Disgusting, bro. I've been watching him since League, even in TFT, he's a fucking freak. How good would you say Asmon is at games?
I feel. What competitive games have you played? Like, okay, so for WoW, I've heard people say Asmon sucks, he got carried, but people say that about every streamer.
They do.
So, but therefore, I have no point of reference.
I don't really play competitive games. Yeah, I used to, like, whenever I was way younger, but not really. No.
Are you good at PUBG?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I
I was-
watched this guy play Valorant deathmatch. It was
Oh,
terrible.
fuck. Oh.
Wait, he played Valorant Deathmatch?
He was playing Valorant, and he kept getting the what's the sniper called?
Stop.
He kept getting the op, and I didn't see him hit anybody.
Wait, no, I killed tons of people. What do you mean?
Well, then I guess I came in at a bad time. I don't know.
Yeah, that was like my first game I ever played of the game. I just started playing the game. It was like the first day.
I saw him playing Valorant. I was like, I gotta see this. This was like a year ago though, and I'm watching him
And
play
then you invite me to your
deathmatch,
fucking
and I was like,
tournament.
oh brother.
That was awful.
Wait, you played in the OTK Invitational?
Exactly.
I might as well have not played.
No shot. Wait,
It was
did I,
awful.
Did I play against him?
No, but he was in the other bracket. His team was like him, Grayson, Bean, and then Grayson's girlfriend, who is randomly like an Ascendant player.
Yeah.
She was actually the best.
Yeah, she knew everything.
She was the best individual player in the whole tournament, and I was like, well, her whole team is like these WoW boomers, so like maybe she can carry them. That might be kind of interesting.
She didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone will be mad because like technically she was a little bit over like the rank requirement, but it didn't work out. Yeah.
Who won that tournament?
I don't know.
Will you play games? Outside of VR chat?
Yeah, I play some games.
What do you play?
A little bit of everything. I love comp games, but I think I have your skill set of quick learner, low cap though. So I'll hit like I'll hit the
whoa.
Hey,
I don't
let's
have a
be
cap.
honest.
I don't have a cap.
Like,
Okay.
the golds, the diamonds levels, those are usually where I hit, but I'll pick it up
Gold
really
and diamond
quick.
is not low cap.
The average
Compared to
rank
the
in
people
League is
in
like
the-
silver.
Yeah. So you're above average.
Is silver the average for League?
Oh my God, yes, of
I'm
course.
surprised it's not
That
bronze.
makes
Well,
me feel so
I
much
know
better.
it's because like for games like Overwatch, the average is like plat, but League. Well, I think that they changed it recently, but for a long time, Diamond was like top 1%.
Right.
So if you were Diamond, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Overwatch, CS:GO, Valorant. Played a little WoW, but never good at it.
Yeah.
That game's
What'd you play?
insanely hard.
No, okay, no, it's not.
For
WoW is-
PvP,
Oh, it's
Okay,
very
PvP 's
complex.
yeah.
Yeah, PvP is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And it also requires you to have 8 fucking hands Because you need
Exactly.
49 different fucking keybinds.
You spend $300 when you get that game just getting like 7 different mice that can hit all the different
That,
buttons.
dude, I hate that shit.
I actually think one of the main reasons why Razer is a successful company is they had the Razer Naga whenever WoW was really
You're 100%
popular.
correct.
Yeah,
100%.
it was a huge reason.
Dude, World of Warcraft needs a fucking button squish so bad it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you need more than 10 buttons to play your game correctly, I think it's just a bad fucking game.
Yeah.
Because like literally, name a game right now that's popular that you need more than fucking 10 buttons to play.
I don't think that the players want that to change though, because there's a lot
Well,
of
they're
people
wrong.
who think complexity equals difficulty.
Well, then
They
those people are
sure
wrong
do.
and they're killing
so
their
then
own
they're
game.
like, oh,
They are killing their own
I
game.
know
Absolutely.
this
That's
complex
happening.
game, therefore I'm good at it.
I think it's mildly
exactly
also
right.
it mildly might be for people who are like Zoo Tycoon and like The Sims, where they get to like customize their like
Micromanaging.
700 buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they spent 15 years learning the game, and they don't want to have they don't want to have the board flipped on them, right?
Mhm.
Like that's the real reason.
Dude, I'm sorry, like some players like that drive me insane because they know a very complex game, like League or WoW, for example. It's like 150 characters, 1,000 buttons, so they'll know all of them. And then a new player comes in and obviously doesn't have that knowledge, and
Yep.
then they think
they're a
because
fucking idiot.
they think because they have that knowledge that means that they're skilled. When it's like, no, you have
played
the
a lot.
knowledge.
Played a lot of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
League's actually getting to that point. I think when I used to play League, it was like 120 champs, and now it's
Yeah, no,
what,
when
100.
when people ask me, they're like, I kind of want to like get in the league, like just try it for fun. I'm like, no, like
Yeah, let me
like,
hand you the.
I don't even say
novel.
that as like, oh, it's too hard for you. It's not even that. It's like it's just too much to learn. I feel like it's not even enjoyable for new, unless they really want to try it,
I keep Briar.
they have to really want it.
I keep Briar permabanned because I refuse to learn her. I don't want to know anything to do with her kid because I played her once and I just didn't get it.
You can stop doing that. She fell off.
Did she?
She's not that good right now.
I saw your
She's
cosplay.
okay. Yeah.
That was cool as fuck.
Thanks, man.
Did you see that shit?
Hmm?
She looked like the actual character.
Boy.
Yeah, it was like that. You done Briar, you done Gwen,
I did
and that's
Gwen,
it,
yeah.
right? For elite cosplays.
Yeah.
It
No,
was
I've
sick.
got a bunch of league ones. It's just been a long time.
Yeah. You play League? I can't remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Who do you play? What role do you play?
I
as
used to
your
play.
main?
I used to play Yasuo mid, but he might not even be a mid anymore.
Well, then you're not
No,
an
he
average
is mid.
player because Yasuo was so fucking hard to play. Like, because Yasuo is insane.
Is he actually hard?
Oh my god, yes. I feel like
He's
Yasuo.
hard to play well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have they changed him? Is he still a win wall up? Q.
Yeah, they haven't reworked him or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was Yasuo mid?
Yeah.
Who do you think I play? If you were to guess, what role do you think I play?
Support.
What the fuck?
Jungle. You're a jungler.
Yeah,
I know it.
it is. Who do you think I jungle? If you were to guess, I'll give you a hint. He's a tank. I love tanky characters.
You played Jungle Nautilus?
No, but that would be fucking
That'd be
sick.
sick.
I used to play Tonka Truck Nautilus back in season 3.
Yeah.
And I think it was season 3. And I'll go full attack speed with his W and go
Yeah.
with his anchor is dope.
Are you a Gragas? Are you a class player?
Nah, I'm not that fucking fat.
Oh my god.
It's crazy.
Dude, you should learn League. Forson's been learning League. It's so fucking
Why
funny.
would I want to play that game?
Because it's funny.
It is funny.
I would hate it.
That's why it's funny.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Why don't we teach him?
know.
That'd be funny.
Oh no.
Let's do it. Let's learn League. Do it. We'll schedule it out, Asmund.
You want me to teach you League?
It's
buddy?
like WoW, but with
Maybe.
4 buttons.
You want me to teach you League, champ?
Maybe.
Little guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Asmund, ready for this? So fucking easy, okay? Asmund, top laner,
Okay.
1,000,000%. He's top laner 100%.
What's his
Okay.
name?
He would start off on Darius. Sorry, start off on Garen, and then he would transition to Darius. 1,000,000 fucking percent, because you are
Yeah.
Darius. Everything about you screams
There's
Darius.
a sword behind him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, do I? Oh yeah, you're right.
Darius uses an axe. but
Does he do
regardless.
like a
well.
spin around thing?
Yes, he does.
I would play him.
Yep. Because both characters were both spin characters. 'Cause
Yeah.
I know you like
Okay.
Bladestorm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Fucking-
then you can learn the League lore and then start word vomiting that too.
Oh, I already know some of it.
Oh
Dude,
shit! Wait,
I
tell me
would-
some.
I would jungle, okay? I would camp your lane the whole time. You wouldn't even have to fucking think.
Yeah.
And then you would shit stomp these fucking nerds.
That's not how he's gonna learn.
No, well, it would help, okay? And then you would AD carry. Who would support? Who's the best support you know in like our little group?
The best in our group,
Yeah.
probably Nick or Soda.
Oh,
Nick and
God.
Soda are actually good at League. You know, E-Rob was like plat too.
No, I did not know that.
Erob was a Plat Nidalee player.
Oh, that's insane because Nidalee is also hard as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to play well. Like, I remember when you face against a good Nidalee and you get hit by a spear in the fog of war and you're like, you can't escape them and they can't see you. They're still fucking pegging you with the Q and the Q. Does she still have the long distance Q and the little trap that you walk on? Or is that gone? Okay. I haven't seen one in years.
No one really plays her anymore because her skill expression is so high that they just nerfed her, like, into, yeah.
Yep. Oh, dude, speaking of nerfs, have you seen Stellar Blade? Holy fuck. You've seen Stellar Blade.
I have.
What do you think of the ass nerfs? And
They didn't.
censorship
Wait,
in the media.
They censored it?
Yes.
I'm surprised
What
they
did
did
they do?
that.
They nerfed some of the asses in some skins and then censored, like over-censored some skins to where they're not as revealing as they previously were.
Not exactly.
Okay.
So like kind of they never made her ass smaller. They just made the swimsuit cover slightly more of her ass.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And then they put like she had like an open like cleavage and they put like a blouse over it. And I think there was one other thing that they did with another outfit and people were really pissed off about it.
Do you think the world is villainizing video game characters for being sexy because people in real life who are ugly try to make it so that people can't enjoy the world?
Yes, that's the reason.
I don't
I
know
just
if
like
I'd
it when
say that.
all the characters are sexy across the board. It's when they only target one of the genders is a little.
So what's
That's
a
true.
game where
I don't
only
know about that. I mean, if it's a guy making a game for a guy who doesn't want to see a bunch of hot guys, wants to see hot girls, what's wrong with that? Seems good to me.
So what's a game where all of the women are hot and all of the men are ugly?
League of Legends. There's actually there's some hot ones. No, there's some hot ones in there, but it's like
No, League started like sexualizing the men more than the women. I don't know if you noticed.
really.
I mean, that's how it feels to me, at least. Because, like, I see some, like, thirst trap-ass men skins and
Like
the
who?
women. Like, have you seen that Thresh skin?
Bro, you got Coomer baited by Thresh?
Jay, can you pull up Spirit Blossom
seen it.
Thresh?
It's hot as
No,
fuck.
I don't.
I don't know what that is.
It's
What is
not.
this?
It's not my type. I just want to make that clear. But it's like
It's for a friend.
he's like a spectral spirit warden ghost guy, and they made him this
He's hot as
like
fuck. He's a
anime ripped fucking shit. Who?
Oh, Spirit Blossom Thresh, you
Spirit
deaf
Blossom
fuck.
Thresh.
They made Thresh hot, like the ghost guy with the hook.
Yes.
He's sexy as fuck. He looks like Set. They made him look like Set because Spirit Blossom Set and Spirit Blossom Thresh look exactly the fucking same. Look at that, bro.
In the original skin, this guy's like a green fucking blob.
Yeah.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying about how men are more attractive than women.
This guy's gay.
It's not gay. It's just how it is.
You should play VR chat.
Really? You think so?
I don't know. I don't think you'd like it.
I think I would actually.
Really?
I would be totally fine with it because like I like places where I can go and be an absolute animal. Like if I ever get like, for example, I see somebody playing Xbox Live, I will try to take their mic away and scream into it.
Yeah.
And like say something to somebody and like tell somebody I fucked their mom or something like that.
The best thing is, remember Xbox Live era where like you were losing an argument? Not that I ever lost an argument. And then you grab your microphone headset and you just blow into it. And
You just scream
fucking
to
obliterate
finish it.
everyone.
Finish them.
That's literally what I did.
Yeah,
That was
that's
my
how I
favorite
did.
thing to do.
You yell, connect, Xbox, turn off, and then their shit turns off.
Or you're losing Smash Bros. You unyoink their fucking control and you crush them real quick.
Yeah.
Oh man, I make people cry with that shit. Oh my god.
Dick tone.
I miss those days, man.
Can you pull Thresh back up for me?
Yep.
I didn't
There's
like that you took
other
him back off.
examples. I just like Set, yeah, or like Yone. They're kind of doing that.
Yep.
Yasuo has some thirst trap skins.
But what do you think? What is a game where the women are super hot and the men are gross? Because
I
people
don't see a lot of hot men in Fortnite. It's mostly
the dudes are super hot. They're jacked, chiseled jaws. You're just straight, so you don't think they're hot.
I just don't like Giga Chad. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Damn, it's hard to think of one.
I know, because people always say that's a huge issue where they're only sexualizing women, and that's just not true. If you draw a man, like they're saying, what, you don't think Kratos is fucking sexualized? Men are sexualized just as much as women, but the problem is women are bitches so they complain more. True.
It's just
This is another
perceived
one for the Clip
differently.
Channel.
I mean, you don't really see guys with like, okay, so like for like the huge asses thing,
Yeah.
I feel like the equivalent to that would be like if they made a guy and he was wearing like a jock strap with a huge fucking bulge.
Would that be the equivalent?
I feel like, I mean, not exactly, but like kind
abs
of
is
close.
on every character. That's
Yeah,
male.
like I mean, abs. Yeah. I mean, like, there's not
It'd
that
be
many.
like having all the male characters. Like none of the male characters in basically any video game are balding.
Yeah, why is
Yeah,
that?
or
Yeah, I
like,
wonder why.
like there aren't that many guys in real life with like giant fucking pecs and like 8-packs.
And,
Right.
and the thing is, no joke, 68% of men will experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35, right? But I don't see anybody on social media saying, why are we drawing all these men with full heads of hair? It's just unrealistic.
Right.
Because it is just fucking not. And then you got Baldy over here upset because now everybody thinks that he should have a full head of hair when I think Asmund looks great the way he does.
I want League to add more Grogguses and more Poppies. That's what we need. We need more.
Why do you want more Poppies?
Poppy? Oh, you know what? They updated Poppy. She used to be very, very kind of
Horrifying looking.
goblin-like.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why do you want more Poppies?
I'm just saying.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
okay.
I would let her old.
What does that mean?
So did any of you guys actually play Stellar Blade? I mean, I know you played the demo.
I played the
right?
demo, but I
Is it
haven't
on? You
played
got hair
the,
back?
You didn't play the
the
game?
live game now.
God damn it, you got a full head of hair.
Thank you.
That's nice.
Y'all never play any fucking games.
I'm playing Cyberpunk 2077.
I'm
How is
playing
it?
live
Fucking, dude,
Oh,
it is fucking incredible. It's already a perfect 10 out of 10 for me.
of course it is.
Like, have you played it?
Yes.
It's fantastic.
I have
They
not
fixed
beaten
everything.
it.
They legit, they fixed everything. It's perfect. I'm about to go fuck up Pan Am. I cannot wait. I heard
There
her
it
sex
is.
scene is insane.
What?
Well, you said you seemed like you had something bad to say about it.
No, I love the game. I thought
Oh.
it was amazing. It was so good. It's like I remember. So I played Starfield, right? And I played that game, and I was like, "Have I outgrown video games? Do I just hate video games now? Do video games just have bad stories?" And I'm thinking like I'm crazy because of how bad this game was. And then I played Cyberpunk, and I said, "Wait, no, it's just Starfield sucks." That was it. But Lies of P is really good too.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it, but I do like it.
How far did you get?
I think I'm like halfway through. I just unlocked this stupid fucking tree bullshit. That, like every 10 minutes it drops a
Oh,
fruit.
that's stupid. Yeah.
I hate that
Wait,
shit.
Lies of P?
Yeah.
Oh, I dropped that game so quick.
Why? Oh, I saw why.
No, you didn't. Because I went back and I crushed that shit. It's not fun. The parry system is just bad. I'm just playing more Sekiro. I'd rather just go back and play Sekiro.
Sekiro is definitely better.
It's so fucking good. Like, it's so fucking good.
I beat Lies of P. It was a good game.
Yeah, but you play games that you don't like intentionally just so you can bitch about it. But I'm sure you would.
Self-harm.
Wait, so
Yeah.
you beat Lies of P?
Okay,
I
so
just-
let's.
I just beat the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. How much farther do I have? Am I like halfway there?
No.
Oh no, I have a ton.
You got a lot more to go.
All right.
And that's like that boss was easy. That was an easy boss.
I didn't
And
think it was that bad.
What about the Archbishop? The Archbishop was. I remember I took a while on the Archbishop.
I think that one took me like 20 tries.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
You ever play Souls games?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, well, that's a
Wait,
mistake.
why not?
I really, really want to play them, but there is the big hurdle that you have to jump over the very first time you play it where you can actually get through a boss.
You mean pressing the space bar whenever the boss swings at you?
Learning the mechanic.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
learning
means-
the mechanic of
He
the
means
game.
pressing B because if you play with mouse and keyboard, you're just gimping yourself incredibly. Like mouse and keyboard soul shit that's self-harm.
I've quit after the first hour of every Souls game. I
Really?
need to get through that first hurdle, and then I'm sure I'm fine. But
What-
like, yeah,
How old are you?
28.
What the fuck?
What do you think I was?
Well, I don't want to offend you. I did not think you were younger
It's the
than me, man.
mustache. It's the beard.
I
I
thought
get
you
it.
were like 36 minimum. 28 and you can't get past the first boss in a Souls game?
What is?
Like,
That was fucked up, man.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, what the fuck? You just press B when they attack and then you fucking press RB.
I don't know what it is about Soul. I think I just didn't. The mechanics haven't clicked. I can play Smash Bros at a competitive level. I can play League at a diamond level. Get me on a Souls game and hold my hand for me next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Teach me how to get through one boss and I'll be okay.
There's just no way. They're so fucking
No, you know what it
easy.
was? I started on Bloodborne, which historically I've been told now the first
You got
boss of
fucked.
Bloodborne is the hardest boss of like almost
It
any
is.
Souls game.
Was that?
It
Like,
is.
what was it?
The cleric
Bloodborne's
beast, or you
more-
could also, if you
more
take the other route,
complex,
you
too.
could go against. Oh my God, how am I forgetting the name of a boss in a video game?
it's
Father
weird, man.
Gascoigne.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That dude was actually pretty tough.
No, he was not being first try.
Okay. Well, I also beat him first, but I was trying to make him
No,
feel better.
No, you didn't.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because you didn't have that big overpowered weapon that you used and bragged about the whole time by that point in your playthrough. Because I know
The
whenever you
fucking
get the weapon,
whirligig song?
Yes, it's
That shit is
insane.
not
It's so
overpowered.
good. It's really good. It's amazing.
It's A tier. Out of triple S tiers. It was okay.
Okay.
It was all right. Look at
You could easily beat a Souls game. It's not even a big deal.
They're
It's
really not
super,
hard.
super easy.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
just require patience.
It's just trial and error.
Look, it's a fucking, like, you just treat it like, the best way that I would say is like treat it like it's a game that you just grew up playing, right? It doesn't have a bunch of hand holding. There's not like a weird thing that you have to get this other like piece of bullshit. Like, think about all of the people that are stupid that play Dark Souls.
Yep.
Every single one of them have beaten Dark Souls probably.
Yeah.
Think about how many stupid people, like if you look at the completion rate of Dark Souls, it's like 30% completion rate.
Yeah.
Are you really like, I mean, 30% of people are probably like pretty dumb, you know?
There's
Think
3
about
stupid
it.
people in this
Yeah.
room who've beaten all Souls games. Here's my analogy for Souls games, if you think they're hard. Okay, I'm gonna put something on that table. Tell me what I'm gonna put on that table.
A goldfish.
Okay.
A shoe.
I put
would've
something
said it.
on the table. What did I put on the table?
shoe.
And that's Souls games. right?
Wow.
If you know what's gonna happen, then it's way
This
easier.
is
So just try
inspiring. That was
I know.
inspiring.
So try it
That's all
again.
is.
Try it again.
Yeah. So okay, what am I gonna put on the table?
A shoe.
That's
Might just
a
be
dodge.
Bloodborne.
You just
Might just
dodged.
be Bloodborne.
You just dodged. There it is.
There it is. Boom.
Yeah.
Like, there's this fucking boss. Because the only thing that's bullshit about Dark Souls game is hit delay. It's the dumbest shit ever. Because like a normal attack like this, right? So like, you know it's coming.
There
you see
is-
the shot back.
there is a
Liza
way
P
you-
is so bad at that. Oh
Yes.
my god.
I refuse to play games like where it goes like this. Okay. Here's a normal punch. When they go to cock back, you dodge on that. The hand goes
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah,
you
Liza
dodge.
P does do that. They're like,
Well, there's one boss in Liza P. This is the fucking green swamp dick monster. And he has 5 different versions of an overhead slam. And they all have different timings.
oh man.
What's the
Have a lot of
difference?
fun.
What's the marker of them?
It's like a different
Well,
His
amount
pinky
of
finger
time.
comes out.
there's the hand going up, and then there's the hand spinning going up, and then there's the combo hand going up, and then there's also the 2 hands going up, and then in the second phase, there's the 2 spinning hands going up.
Yeah.
And they're all different.
I like that you can remember that. This has caused you pain.
Of course I
Yeah.
can remember it. I spent 3 hours on it.
Yep.
Oh,
It's not long.
so you
I
said
spent a
World of
while.
Warcraft. You say you played World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
Okay, I want you to ask him any question about World of Warcraft. The name of anything. Of a
The
specific
name of
fight.
anything?
Yeah, what was your favorite fight? Or what was your favorite raid in World of Warcraft?
In Wrath of the Lich King, what was the final tier on the Frost Death Knight tree? The final ability you get.
You're thinking of Remorseless Winter.
Good.
He is.
Good.
Look at that. Got a mental illness. He embraces it. It makes it
Oh, yeah,
better.
I didn't. What's the league lore that you know?
Well, Demacia doesn't allow anybody who's a magic user inside of it, and they imprison magic users, and that's why the story for the Mage Seeker game was about that guy. And
Silas,
then
yeah.
Silas, and then he breaks out, and then I think there's the big, like Giga Chad Knight guy. Looks like Alan Reacher. I think it's like Darren. Yeah, Darren, and like his
Darren.
sister, knew Silas, and then he's like fighting to save her. And then there's a lot more of it. I could go on, but yeah. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's one part. That's like 3% of the lore. But yeah.
You know, I had a resto join my party one time.
What?
She was a girl. I was trying to teach her how to get better at healing.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why she couldn't keep up with the healing of this one fight. And it's because she never used Tranquility. And then I asked, why don't you just use Tranquility during this fight? And she said, oh, I took it off my bars because it's bad.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that are stupid like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I don't play WoW that much anymore. Like, having to play with other people really makes me mad. I love playing by myself and not having to worry about anybody else's bullshit. And then, like, occasionally I'll play with somebody else. Like, I remember in the Mists of Pandaria beta, I got to play with a bunch of Chinese people.
That's
And
awesome.
it was amazing. Because nobody ever talked. Nobody had small talk. Nobody gave a fuck about anything. Somebody went AFK for 5 seconds, kicked them out immediately. It was the best groups I had ever had.
You don't like small talk?
Absolutely not.
I used
Not
to.
not in a group.
I love getting Chinese
Okay.
people on my team
Yep.
in League.
Because they do not fuck around.
I love the Chinese.
I'll
I'm
tell you
so
why.
happy when I'm in loading screen and I see there's the
Yeah.
the jungler and the top laner have Chinese names. I'm like, I've been fucking blessed today.
It's got like the little
And the-
squares because it's not part of it. Or actually, I guess maybe they do show the actual like.
yeah, and then
letters.
like, if someone else on my team starts whining the Chinese, they'll be like, kill yourself. Your mom goes sky.
They're great. I love them. And yeah, they're just because the thing is, like a lot of them, I think they play by the hour. Like they play on like these PC places, and so it's like if you are AFKing, you are throwing their money away, and so they kick you the fuck out. They get rid of you.
Or they're boosting, yeah. So
Yeah, or they're boosting. Yeah, that's a big one.
yeah, for League boosters, a loss means like an extra like 2 hours of your time.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, because I did
You gotta
I did
win the game to get the points back. Then you gotta win the next game.
I did boosting for a short period of time for
How
a
much money
website.
did you make?
It was like literally like minimum wage,
How much?
like total.
I mean, like for like one account.
Oh, like to get an account from like gold to diamond, people used to pay like 400, 500 bucks. So if you lose a game, that's like 2 more games you have to win to make up for
Yeah,
it.
right.
So like if like people, yeah, it
So-
was not fun.
That sucks. That really fucking sucks. You should have just sold gold and WoW. It was way easier.
Nah,
Why not?
WoW's for old people.
That's what's so fucked up. No. The thing
Sorry.
is, she's right. It's so fucked up. Like every single person that I see that's like posting about WoW on Twitter or anything, they are so fucking lame. And it makes me think to myself, like, am I a loser too?
Yeah, but you're a cool one.
Like, well, what the fuck happened? Because it's like they're posting memes from like 2014. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I would say that everybody in this room is probably a loser, but we're cool.
But like, I think I'm a loser until I see them.
Yeah, well, so there's like a
It's a
spectrum.
tier list,
Like
right?
it's like
Yeah.
autism.
Yeah, it's a tier.
Depends how much. Speaking of autism, I'm writing a play.
What?
Explain.
You like that shit?
Explain.
You like because you do a lot of VR chat.
You're actually writing a play?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
What's
I'm gonna write a play for Twitch.
musical?
Maybe. I'm keeping it loose right now. But yeah, I'm going to write a 5-person play, and I think I'm going to put it on for Twitch.
I love that.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any content like that in a while. Maybe it's for a reason. I'm going to find out. I'm going to put a lot of work into it. And if it falls on its face, don't give a fuck. But I think it would be a lot of fun. Because I want to write a play that has 5 different endings, right? So that way I can put on the same show 5 different times and do them 2 weeks out. See how it goes. Could be a lot of fun. Or it could suck ass.
Couldn't you? I think it'd be really cool if you had a play and then viewers at pivotal points could vote.
That is what I'm doing. Yeah, that's why it's going to change the outcome. And we'll see which one
Improv or you planned outcomes?
Planned outcomes. Yeah, I think improv would be far too much, and generally improv is good, but generally the quality of improv is a lot lower than if you were to put like true, a concerted effort towards what is going to happen. Like, I mean, I'm sure I could improv out a great story right now, but if I were to write it over the course of 3 weeks, it'd probably be a little bit better. But yeah, I have 3 of the actors already good to go who've agreed to do this for long term. I just need 2 more. And then, yeah, I'm gonna put that shit on. I'm practicing by doing D&D, which I've been doing also weekly. We should play.
Oh, yeah.
I've been doing D&D weekly. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It is underrated as shit. Who was your DM when you played with McConnell?
Riku.
I know Riku.
We met him at the OTK Games Expo. We met him at the hotel. They were in the lobby.
Yeah, they were super nice.
They were great.
I actually think I'm on Discord. I need to hit him up because I need a DM because I want to start doing Dungeons and Dragons one-shots.
want me to-
Yes.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, because I think coordinating like a monthly or weekly D&D session on stream would be so much fucking fun for like one-shots because my buddy Jimmy, we all know, you know Jimmy here? Yeah. So he's doing this where he's writing one-shots. He's been DMing for us.
Yeah.
It's been fucking awesome. And it's a 4 to 6 hour campaign depending on how much free time everybody has. And you go into a world. You don't know what this world is, but slowly, as more information comes out, you realize where you are. And each world is based on like a cartoon show or a video game or an anime.
That's so cool. For the one-shots, just one time, yeah.
One shot is about going to these worlds, saving these worlds, getting back to your home world, and each one you beat, you take an item to the next world. So like, for example, we just did Star Wars. So now my character has the Force, right? I had Space Age and I had Force.
I love that.
I picked because I fucked Jabba the Hutt. Although we called him Baba the Butt because copyright issues.
Of course.
Yeah, I did that shit with Extra Emily and Russell. It was funny as fuck, dude. And then before that, I did Adventure Time. And I also fucked the Ice King. Yes. It
You have a
was.
track record.
Yep. I always fucked the main villain.
Huh.
I've rolled, I rolled an 18, and then for Baba the Butt, I rolled a nat 20.
Play bards.
No.
No, man, there's no way you roll a nat 20. Shouldn't you get reverse space aids where like it's like a power up?
Oh.
Like if you roll a nat 1, I could see getting space aids.
So-
That doesn't make any sense.
So here's the problem with Jimmy.
That's not fair.
I agree. He's the most unfair DM ever.
Yeah?
Right? Now, I did roll a nat 20.
What he needs to do is he needs to write into the script in the future that your space aids can be useful,
I agree.
right?
Yes. He did let me do that because I drank poison out of a creature's mouth. And that was on like an 18.
And like the space aids counteracted it.
Well, no, the poison allowed me to gain the Force.
Oh,
Because I used my internal pain to channel a new power. But yeah,
So you're a Sith Lord.
well, a sick lord to avoid copyright.
Good.
Yeah, but because I rolled a d20, I got to take off of Barbar Binks' head. And I got him to watch, I made him watch me fuck his boyfriend, which was Baba the Butt.
Okay.
So it was dope because I hated this fucker. So I wanted to fuck his, partner in front of him, in front of his decrepit, decapitated body.
Why not? I think that's what happened in the movie, right?
I'm pretty sure that's what happened in the movie. But I feel like improv would be such a good thing to bring back to Twitch. I think that will actually be so much fun because I still have no idea how OTK hasn't done Whose Line Is It Anyways. You ever watch that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, dude, improv game shows would be so much fucking fun.
Yeah. Sierra and I were just watching late into the night, just old 90s reruns of Price is Right. And just game shows in general, they did them better back then.
They did. Absolutely.
Now they try to like sink like story and drama into it, but I just want to see somebody go up with the hopes of a car and just get absolutely trashed
Well, like
on.
back in the day, it was trashy in a good way.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they need to go back to. Is like just making things really trashy, like Jerry Springer, having people getting in fights, like everything like that. Everybody nowadays thinks they're too good for Jerry Springer. No, you weren't.
Yep.
Nobody was. It was great. Just go back to that.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Damn. What do you think the best game show of all time is?
Does Whose Line count as a game show?
Sure.
Kind of a game show.
Yeah.
I would probably pick that, but actual like traditional game shows, Wheel of Fortune has come up with some of the greatest clips of all time when people
Really?
guess like you know what I'm talking about.
People that annoy you.
Right. There's been some real versions of that are like, I've never seen a better clip of a
Yeah.
game show than those.
Oh, there is one that's better. What do you think the best game show of all time is?
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
What about you?
I don't even fucking watch game shows.
Oh.
But you've got to know what they are. I'm not watching them either.
Dude,
Well, I mean, for clips, then yeah, I would agree. Wheel of Fortune.
Dude, for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, just that episode where the dude wins the whole thing, and he's on the final question, and he uses his lifeline just to call his dad and be
Hey,
like,
Pops.
yo, Dad, just won $1 million. Like,
Yeah, I don't need
actually
your
won.
help, but I won.
Yeah, I won. Anyways, I think the best game show of all time is Family Feud. I think,
Oh, really?
yeah, I love Steve Harvey, man. He's so
he
fucking
is
funny.
really funny, yeah.
Yeah, and the dumb shit, like that is the environment where idiocracy fucking spreads. I love it, dude. It's so good. And like all of like the PG questions.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, hey, name something that you feed your dog but wouldn't put in your wife's mouth.
Name the longest thing you'd stick in a hole, and then they say what you're thinking, and they go,
why would you say that? It's a family show. Right? It's so funny, man. I fucking love Steve Harvey. Hey, we should probably read some YouTube reviews now.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm down to read YouTube reviews.
Yeah, do we have any reviews we should read? And by the way, guys, if you watch this far, just want to let you know, thank you. And if you want more of this, feel free to check out steakandeggs.com patreon.com/steakandeggs in the
Yeah.
pinned comment in the description
Do you guys read the YouTube comments at all?
every single time.
You do?
I do sometimes.
Why would I not?
Sometimes I'll read my YouTube comments and I'll read them in bed and I'll like make a mental list of all the people I'm going to ban. And then, yeah, I'm serious. And then by the time I get up and get to my computer, I'm like, who cares? Fuck.
Dude,
Don't even try.
I legitimately read every single comment section, Steak and Eggs, every episode. And I'm
Yeah?
always like, okay, maybe they'll give us
So
some
do you
like,
think that they've started to like you more or less?
well, I'm getting there.
Okay.
World War II was in the 1900s.
Well,
I'm hoping that's the top comment on this one too, since it started off with
Where
that.
did we get the Statue of Liberty?
France,
And why is it green?
because it was copper.
That's really good. You
Yep.
got that one. Okay, that's decent.
Yeah. So I go to every comment section. I read it every time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so let's see what these guys are, because I love Steak and Eggs. I love our podcast. It's my favorite thing of the week. And I'm like, okay, what do they think of the episode? Maybe there's something that they want. Maybe I can implement the next episode. And every single time it's just like, man, Tectone's annoying. He's so fucking stupid. I'm like, what the fuck? But I mean, I'm okay with it. It's been like this for a year, and it's never going to change. And I wouldn't have it any other way, man. I think it's so funny. Because I'm just like, oh, man, I wonder what they thought of this bit. Don't forget that Tectone thought that World War II was in the 1800s. That this is the same guy who says we don't need the school education system. You cannot look me in the eye and tell me that the school education system of current standards is fucking pathetic. It's terrible. It's the same now as it was 50 fucking years ago with the same
Well,
books,
you're getting a
with the same
textbook.
technologies.
You get a textbook. Like I remember whenever we got our textbooks, it was talking about what's going to happen in the future whenever George Bush becomes president. And this is the first George Bush.
That's insane.
From like before Clinton.
Yep.
And it was like, yeah, looking into the 90s, whenever computers are going to come out, it's going to be crazy.
Like the fact that kids are still reading from textbooks is nuts. No one reads books anymore. And tablets aren't even that expensive. You cannot tell me that buying 4 books is not the same price as a $100 tablet, especially when you go to college and it's like $250 per education textbook. It's bullshit. It is fucking bullshit. The kids of this current year are going to be even further behind than we were, because now, once they get out of high school, they're going to have to adapt to modern standards. But the problem is the schools aren't teaching in modern standards. And so when they try to get in the industry, they're going to be fucked.
I think it's great because we're going to need a lot of slaves in the future because AI is going to take all the jobs. And so the kids now can become slaves.
That's true.
Yeah, so I think it's perfect.
Okay.
Because like they don't know, like you could put them in a room and it's like you have to leave whenever it's 12:30. None of them know how to read a clock, so they can never leave.
Yep.
I think they're gonna have AI detection classes where they just put like real image, AI image, and you have to like figure out which one's the real one.
I don't think that they will, because the moment that they do that, you can create the A/B testing of like what those differences are that you can reverse engineer and then just make
helping
the AI
AI.
better. Yeah,
Just help them.
of course.
God, there's no winning. Can't escape.
Have you ever heard of the idea of Roku's Basilisk?
What the fuck?
So, okay, this is good, and you can never unknow this, which is the best part. So it's the concept.
I know this. Yeah, you go.
It's the concept that there is in the future, AI that is so omniscient, so all powerful, that it completely consumes and controls everything in life in all capacities, and it can exist even interdimensionally and inside of different timelines. And the fact that it will go back in time and punish and kill anyone who knew of its existence but didn't try to prevent it, didn't try to make it happen.
And now that you know about it,
If you don't
you
try
have
to
to
help
help
the
make it happen.
basilisk occur,
I love
then
the
it will-
basilisk.
What?
I love the basilisk.
Yeah, the basilisk is great.
Yeah, there you go.
I'd have the basilisk children. I'd do the basilisk taxes.
Yeah.
I would fuck the basilisk.
I know
Anytime I
you would.
wanted. Anytime.
Yeah, there it is.
I was in a Discord call last night. One of my homies was saying like, "Oh, don't buy them. It's AI art." And I'm like, "Oh, it's AI. Oh, okay. Now I'll get 5 of them. Who cares?"
I'm gonna buy it twice.
Yeah, buy it twice. Fuck them. I'm gonna buy AI art 10 times. That way, all these dickheads who have their head in the mud don't make a damn difference. Same
That's
thing.
like I remember Ali G said to a vegan, he said, "If you don't eat this hamburger, I'm gonna eat 2 of them." And I feel like ever since then, I've never really thought of like, what can you realistically say to that? I feel like that just completely destroys veganism.
Enjoy your meal.
Yeah.
I remember speaking to Ali G. You remember Borat?
Yeah.
You ever heard his song? This is about to be crazy. But I'm telling this for a reason. I was in like 8th grade. You ever heard the song "Throw the Jews Down the Well"?
So my country can be free?
So my country can't be free.
Yeah.
I got pulled over because I got pulled over the other day. Again.
Yeah.
Pulled over again. Talked my way out of another ticket again.
I love how you insult my degeneracy by thinking that I don't know a racist meme.
I know.
Like, do you really think I don't know one of them?
No, I'm sorry, Asmund. You're right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was there 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, first time I ever got hit.
So here's the story: is that Sacha Baron Cohen, dressed up as Borat, went over to a random honky-tonk Texas bar and says, "I'm gonna go and sing a song of my people." And he goes, "My people have problems. You know, we have a lot of problems, and our problem is the Jew."
Yep.
And then the people start looking at each other, and then he starts playing the song better, and then they start singing along with it.
Yep.
And they're doing it, and they're like,
oh man, the song is very catchy. But yeah, that's the first time I ever got hit was I was playing that shit because it was on my laptop.
Yeah.
And if I don't remember back in the day, for laptops that were very bad, they would just turn on and play your last tab.
Oh no, in public.
So, yeah, so no, my dad got pulled over by a police. And the laptop just starts playing, "Throw the Jews down the well."
Did I get you a ticket or did you get you off a ticket?
He laughed, but my dad was like, "Wow!" I've never been hit harder in my whole life. And the police officer laughed his fucking ass off. He got out of the ticket.
That's crazy.
Because my dad was such a smooth talker. I learned everything I know from him. Because every single time he would get pulled over, he would say the same thing. Because he has a Purple Heart on his license plate. And he's like, "Officer, I don't know if you noticed, but I got a Purple Heart. And doesn't matter how long he's been in America. Just got back from Afghanistan, and I just, really just want to go see my sons. That's why I was speeding, officer."
Does your dad go somewhere for Veterans Day and get like the free food?
Yep.
Like my dad, we go to Golden Corral every year, and he'll go around the parking lot inspecting everybody's license plates to see what the different like medals that people have are, because like he has a license plate with a medal on it too.
Yep.
And, like, yeah,
Which
he
one?
has, like, a Bronze Star.
Which one?
Bronze Star.
Oh, okay. What's that mean?
I don't know. He did something. Yeah,
Cool.
he got 2 of them actually.
Cool.
And yeah, he doesn't even know how he got them or what it was, but yeah, he has 2 of them. He showed them to me.
That's sick.
And so yeah, yeah, it was really funny to just see him like inspecting the achievements. It's like in a video game.
It is cool because I'm not sure if you've seen achievement hunting in real life for Army, because that's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah.
So my dad served in the military for 42 years. He has 13 Purple Hearts.
Wow.
Which means injured in battle. My dad, if you've seen him, you can see how fucked up he's gotten from the war. Like his skin is like.
Login. 1 minute. Logging into Diablo. Screen reader enable / disable. The screen reader is enabled by default. If you do not need this feature, choose to disable it now. Disable.
like a different fucking color. He's missing like half of his fucking ear, all that shit. Has like no real teeth in his mouth, but they look very good. But yeah, like when you put on this thing called a mess dress and you're allowed to wear every medal you have, like my dad's whole fucking thing is just like, brrr, and then everybody else is like 1, 2, 3 lines, bro. He flexes so hard.
Yeah.
It's like rocking your gladiator title to like a new zone in fucking World of Warcraft. All the level 1 players.
The old Arena Junkies forums where it has like all of the fucking rank 1 red gladiators.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Damn. I can't wait for the new MMO to come out. That's gonna be good. Spoiler alert, it never happens. They all suck balls. Very sad.
Are you waiting for one right now?
Oh, I'm always waiting for a good MMO. I mean, to be honest, I wish they would just fix World of Warcraft. But
Well, like, all right, yeah, I mean, we've been going on for a while. Let's wrap this up with a good question.
Okay.
What is the game that each of us are looking forward to?
oh, Wuthering Waves.
Okay.
Yeah, simple.
What about you?
Rumble, was it Rumble Club? Hey guys, heard about this great game?
Yeah.
No,
It actually is awesome.
dude, I'm not caught up on games that are coming out. What's
What the
actu-
fuck
What's
do you-
coming out?
Well, what the fuck do you do, man?
Yeah, what do you
Like,
do? Put on my little helmet and just go in the.
Oh my God.
No, let me think. The next Smash Bros. I think it's gonna cook. They just announced the next Nintendo
Switch 2,
console,
right?
so yeah. So I think it's probably
Wait,
gonna
did
come
they
out
actually
with the next
announce it?
Smash.
Yeah, Switch 2, yeah.
Did they announce it? Because it got leaked, but did they announce it?
They didn't, but they announced recently that they are already working on the next Smash Bros. And it's going to come out with the next console.
So they announced an announcement that implies the secondary.
Wait,
announcement.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
Send me that after we're done. I have not seen that. I feel like I would have heard about that. I had not heard
Listen,
about
I heard it from a Reddit post kind of energy. I don't think it's going to be like an article.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
A new Smash
I'll
would go
look it up.
insane.
I'll look it up.
Because Smash Bros is one of the reasons why I started YouTube, because there's a dude called Etiquette where his reactions were so fucking ridiculous to Smash Bros.
You run around, bro, like, yeah.
Yeah. He would break a piece of his property each time a new character was announced.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
fuck. And I'm really hoping they push the fucking boundaries this time. Like, get some crazy motherfuckers. I remember what blew my mind the most was Banjo-Kazooie getting
Yes.
put in Smash.
Yes.
Oh my fucking God, what the fuck? Never saw that happening in a million years. They also put Joker from Persona in, which was nuts. So I'm hoping they do some crazy shit like fucking, dude, #1 pick for new Smash Bros. Characters. Look at this. Goku.
Goku?
Yep.
I hope they go to anime. I hope they start doing, Goku, Naruto. Master Chief needs to get in there.
Bro, Master Chief just pulls out the gun, just fucking kills me.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Dumbass.
All right, Amy, what game are you excited for?
I hope, God, I hate even saying your name. I hope 2XKO is good, but
What
I
the
don't
fuck
know.
is that?
New
That's,
league game?
that's Riot's fighting game.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
The name is 2XKO.
That means double the knockout.
Oh, because
Yup.
there's 2 people.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yep.
Mortal Kombat try that and it sucked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope
it's
it's
gonna be
good,
great.
but
You get to play with 2
we'll see.
controls at the same time because you have no
I
friends.
talked to someone who play tested it, and they said that it was really good, but I don't know.
So you're saying the guy who made it?
No, not the guy.
Oh,
who
okay.
made it. It was another content
But
creator.
you?
What game am I don't even fucking know, man. Like, I could say Ashes of Creation, but like, when's that gonna come out? Like, there's a lot of MMOs randomly I'm excited for. I feel like probably the Elden Ring DLC. I'm excited
Oh yeah,
for
that's
a lot.
really soon.
Yeah, it's at the end of June.
Hey, are you gonna stream Wuthering Waves day 1?
Yeah.
Fuck. All right.
Possession.
Well, I mean,
You see
I'll
the-
host you.
Thanks. Thank God.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You know what's crazy?
What?
You having played Honkai Star Rail for maybe 108 hours on stream,
Yeah.
maybe even less. You're like number 6 of all time for anybody who's ever streamed Honkai Star Rail for watch hours.
Uh-huh.
Just admit it. I'm gonna tell you how much you've played and what rank you're on this list because I'm number 1.
Of course. So this is the real reason you're bringing this up. Yeah. By the way,
no. So for you streaming Honkai Star Rail for 65 hours, you are the number 8 Honkai Star Rail streamer of all time.
wow.
That is
Holy shit.
That is insane. Holy fuck. Dude, I'm hot. I'm sweating fucking balls.
Okay, we'll read the comments and then we'll move on.
Thank God.
Gazmir, don't let them try to make you forget Tectone thought World War II was in the 1800s and that Pearl Harbor was in Japan.
Here's the crazy thing. Were you there? How the fuck do you know when it happened, dumbass?
So you think it didn't happen?
No.
World War II was fake.
No, it happened in the 1800s.
Here, guys.
It happened. It happened in the 1800s.
Okay.
And how would you know? Because you read a Reddit article that said that it happened on that? Prove it. Prove it. It's like when somebody looks at a tree and says, this tree's 3,000 years old. Prove it. How? How? You gonna count the rings? That doesn't even fucking work. This episode proved that Tectone is weirder than NMP.
These are all just Tectone hate comments.
That's every comment on every one of our videos.
Don't forget to mention Soapland in the next episode too.
Have I told you about Soapland?
No.
Dude, stop.
You had fun?
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yay!
Elder Fury.
At on YouTube and on Twitch. There it is.
Well, anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to check out the Patreon, and we will see you all in the next one.
What normal job would each member of OTK have if they weren't a streamer?
I don't want a job. I would live off the government.
Is this like what you think you would have had realistically, or what you? Oh, I was going to school to be a software engineer for a while. I don't know if I would have stayed a software engineer, but
I would have gotten a job in the engineering industry. I would have made a lot of money, and I still would be the same exact person.
Yep. I probably would have killed myself. All right.
Damn, there it is.
So your friend very much.
I don't believe.
I cannot do that here.
Keep moving, traveler. It's a bad time to be in Geakul.
Possession. Demon thought. You see those people? They listen to man's story.
Not while I'm in town.
Send them to the sand!
Another one gone. You wanna... Don't get killed.
Not while I'm in town. ready yet.
I'm low on precious metal.
In memory of Grand Mage Emerus. I met him decades ago. It was he who rejected my application to the Sanctum. He called me.
I lack the needed mana.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. I can't take any more.
I lack the needed mana.
I'm not ready yet.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here?
I'm not ready yet. back the needed mana. Not while I'm in town. I need time to prepare that. place reeks of rotten. What is this? I lack the needed mana. I need time to prepare that. It's locked.
That's right, gentlemen. Starfield, everybody's favorite game, has received an update. This is a big...
And I'm here today at Bethesda Game Studios to talk to you all about the next update coming to Starfield. The team has been hard at work, so let's go see what they've been working on. So an update 4 on the horizon. What are some of the new features that players have to look forward to?
So we see a lot of feedback online that players really want a lot more utility and detail in our surface maps. So we took what...
True.
There, we blew it all up, and instead now we have a whole new aesthetic to the surface maps where you can see the terrain, all the detail in the terrain, trees, rocks, all the structures in the loaded zone. It's a lot easier to navigate.
So they added a map.
We've also made it easier to get around the cities. You can see markers for all the shops, the enhanced boutiques, restaurants, you name it. It's all there. It's a lot easier to get around now.
With Update 4, we're also adding a bunch of gameplay options. So for that, players can really tune their experience how they prefer.
Couldn't you just do this with console commands? Or mods? Yeah,
we're adjusting things like capacity of vendor credits, the actual carry weight. Additionally, affects... Additionally, affects to difficulty. So some of those, depending on how you play, you can actually tune to be like space combat more difficult or gun combat less difficult. It's really up to you. And depending on how you balance them, it'll change how you get XP.
That's awesome. So you're really upping the ante for players that want an even bigger challenge.
Yeah, and with that, we actually are adding what's called the extreme difficulty. It sits above very hard, and it really, really makes you pay attention, especially for the higher level characters.
I guarantee you it won't. Like, I guarantee you if I ever go back and play this game again, it won't. I bet, so this is what I think the new difficulty will do. Is it will probably increase the health and damage of all NPCs by around 20%. You think it'll be 200%? Oh, maybe, yeah.
How about ship customization. I know players are really capitalizing on all of the ship content in the game, and we've seen some really crazy stuff out there that I'm sure you guys have seen as well. But are you adding anything more to the ship customization?
Yeah, so people love to customize their ships. Like there
were a lot of dick ships. Those are my favorite. Yeah, the ship customization in Starfield, I will say, is probably the only thing about the game that I would say is genuinely very good. Like, I would say everything else in the game isn't very good, and the ship customization is the only thing that is.
Builds out there are just mind-blowing. Some beautiful stuff. So now we're turning our attention to the inside of the ships. So we're adding a decorate mode where you can go and fully
That's
furnish
cool.
and customize.
That's actually pretty good.
The interior layout of the ships.
Yeah, that's
like
nice.
Furniture, decorations, basically everything you can do in outpost mode. You can now do in the ship, and it's saved, and you can do that to your entire fleet. In addition to decorate mode, we're also offering a whole new set of empty habs. So basically, instead of pre-cluttered habs in the ship builder, we'll have a new set where there's no furniture, there's no decoration, nothing. It's a total blank slate, so players can just kind of fill it up with their own
That's
stuff.
nice. I'm gonna have to say it. That's actually pretty decent.
To emulate whatever their personality showcase is outside on the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
New Game Plus. Is there anything being added to this update that helps the players after they've completed the campaign to return to the game?
Campaign?
Yeah, so if you're like me,
What's that?
The more you go through the Unity, the more you become the hunter. The one thing I want to do is be able to respect
what the hell's the
traits.
Unity?
So we're adding that. So in case you're getting tired of Wanted or want to change your alien DNA, and you really want that new Dream Home experience.
Is that like the quest? Because I did the quests in the game for like 1.5 days, and I wanted to build a building so I could jump off of the building. Like, it's not even that I wanted to just jump off the building, because that wouldn't be enough. I wanted to build it too. It was so bad. Like, let me see how many people are playing it. Starfield. That's more than I had expected. I'm gonna be honest, that is way more than I had expected.
You get to choose that when you go into the Unity. In addition, you'll be able to rechange your appearance.
I'm not gonna my hair.
Exactly.
Is there anything else that you guys want to share about this update that players have to look forward to? I mean, you've already shared a lot as it is.
We're focusing now on our Xbox Series X players with this update. We're giving them some settings where they can totally prioritize between performance or visual.
Look at this. What the fuck is this? This is so fucking sad. Frame rate target is 30. It's 30 frames per second. Oh, we want to help our Xbox players out. We're trying to get 30 frames. Man. Not suggested for a frame rate target of 60 or above. So they can't even do it on 60?
If they choose to prioritize performance, the target FPS will move to 60.
So 30 or 60. You just have 30 or 60.
And for players that have TVs that support VRR, they'll be able to choose between VRR 40 or VRR.
In addition to the new features we just talked about, there are a couple of quality of life updates that we're introducing. One of them is you can now toggle dialogue cameras off. Instead of getting
Thank God.
Sort of focus zoom in on whatever NPC you're talking to, just stays in normal default camera mode. It's a little more immersive that way. Some players may prefer that. In addition to that, we're cleaner and harder menus. We added some tabs along the top so it's easy to sort of see what.
Didn't they do that with a mod? Because I remember seeing there was a mod that did this on like the second day. But like, I mean, I guess it's like, I mean, all right, that's like, I mean, you know, right? Yeah.
Ourselves, ship, and just the inventory and item management. It's a small thing, but it actually, I think, makes it a lot nicer.
So Tim, you just talked to Joe and Ethan.
Fucking visor. Who the fuck wears a visor?
Anything else that you want to talk about that's down the horizon?
So the team is working on our first land vehicle, so you can drive around.
Great. Great. Awesome.
On planets. Obviously, we're working on more quests and the massive shadow.
Please, no more quests. Please don't do it. Please don't make me do another quest.
That's all very exciting. What about creation?
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about the fact that, so I remember I bought the deluxe loser, like, whale, you know, milk me harder edition, and it was like $100. I forgot they were doing an expansion.
I think we mentioned it earlier this year, but we sent out our beta toolkit to verified creators. So hopefully, more information on this.
Thank you so much for your time today.
That's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us and for your continued feedback. Just a reminder, the update is available on Steam Beta today and will be available on all platforms later this week. So we'll see you in the
To be fair, it could have been a lot worse, guys. It could have been way worse. And so I'm thinking about it from that perspective. That how bad could this have really been, realistically? It could have been crazy bad. So this update changed the game. The thing is, like, if they added the vehicles into the game, I would probably go back and try it out. So here's another thing, is that the experience modifiers are too small. Like, I played Starfield a lot, and like, I don't even know what happens in the story. But I know the systems in the game, and I know how they work. I know them very well. I'm level 200 in Starfield. The problem with making the experience higher is that the frequency of killing mobs is so low that you're never really going to be able to make progress versus just like mass crafting. Like mass crafting is infinitely more efficient than, than killing NPCs, which is not the way the game should work. It's a good point. Yeah, it won't even change anything. Cyberpunk, that's personality. Yes. This update does remind me to play Cyberpunk. You're right about that. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think that the Starfield story loses to Dragonflight. I think Dragonflight is better. Somebody's gonna say, which story is worse, Dragon's Dogma 2 or Starfield? Starfield is worse. And the reason why is that it's more annoying. So Dragon's Dogma, in terms of quality, they're both 0. Like, if I was gonna rate the story of Dragon's Dogma, I would rate it a 1. And if I was gonna rate the story of Starfield, I would also rate it probably a 1. However, in Dragon's Dogma, you can effectively ignore the entire story and it doesn't matter. Whereas in Starfield, it's harder to do that. What about Stellar Blade? The story in Stellar Blade is better than both of them. I think the story in Honkai Star Rail is better than both of them.
A demon?
The story in Helldivers 2 is better than both of them, and it's not even existent. Here's the bad one. The story in Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is better.
It has infested this place.
That's bad. That's real bad. That's a low blow. Yeah, it's a kick in the dick. I don't know how it's happened that Bethesda has an audience. I'm gonna say it. Bethesda has an audience of boring, cringe, annoying, fucking generic, Funko Pop addicted millennials that celebrate whenever they do something that is equivalent to learning how to take a shit in a toilet. Oh wow, finally they're not shitting on the floor anymore. Ah! Fuck, man. How do people put up with this shit? Same with WoW? Yes. These are people that get excited about the new Star Wars movie.
Is essential, designed to protect its charge. All it requires is a governing stone. There we are. I built this place, but not alone. I worked alongside another mage, Zoltan Kuhn, of the Eniath clan. So you've heard of him? Come.
Tech news. Tech news. How do you do the tech news again? Oh, like this. Windows 10's global market share has risen to 70% of desktop Windows systems, the same month that Windows 11 fell to under 26%, its lowest market share since last September, implying that a good chunk of Windows users took a peek at the future and did not like what they saw. Ads everywhere, crying infants. They're crying about the ads. This stat comes from the appropriately named Stat Counter, and yes, it's somewhat unsurprising when we're talking about an operating system that needs a plugin to remove all of the baked-in ads. I don't know, maybe Microsoft hasn't prioritized fixing Windows 11 because they're so focused on security, as evidenced by a leaked memo from CEO Satya Nadella commanding employees to prioritize security over literally everything else, even support for legacy features, which I guess includes a setting app. Without getting so frustrated, I end up speaking to my wife in an elevated tone. Microsoft is so super serial about security that they've said some of their executives' pay will be tied to whether the company hits certain security milestones. They may have just missed one, as a recent update to both Windows 10 and 11 broke some customers' VPNs. Microsoft, it might just be time to cut your losses and move on to Windows 12. What's that? First you're going to try releasing a bunch of new Windows 11 laptops and branding them AI PCs with a special Copilot key to justify higher pricing? Okay, we're not done. AMD revealed in their Q1 earnings report that sales of the company's gaming products, including desktop Radeon graphics cards, as well as custom processors made for consoles and handhelds, is down 48% compared to last year, a figure that includes a 33% decline from Q4 2023. Now, you could say, hey, it ain't easy being green, but AMD is Team Red. Being green would be much easier in this case. NVIDIA's having a great time. While AMD has managed to squeeze some impressive performance into the chips powering the Steam Deck and its imitators, their strategy for desktop GPUs seems to have consisted of launching a card for too high of a price and then reducing it until it's maybe worth buying instead of the NVIDIA alternative. But there is a light on the horizon. Mostly pretty accurate leaker Kepler says that AMD's next-gen RDNA 4 GPU will feature a brand new Radeon be better than current product. That'll turn things around. And Apple, the second most valuable company in the world, also had a bit of a sad call. Compared to last year, the tech giant's overall Q2 revenue is down 4% to $90.75 billion. No. It's not right. They give me my blue bubbles. Fortunately for Apple, their earnings are actually slightly better than analysts anticipated, given how poorly iPhones, iPads, and wearables have been selling. So Apple stock actually shot up in the wake of the news. Apple taking $110 billion worth of their own stock off the market in the largest share buyback in US history may have also had something to do with that. But who can say? It's a bit weird to see Apple making less money than usual, but to be fair, they appear to be missing out on their in-app purchases from TikTok. If we can trust these screenshots of the app directing users to go purchase items on TikTok.com instead. This week, Apple also decided to skip collecting its controversial because it's stupid core technology fee from developers of free iOS apps in the EU, instead of demanding a 50-euro-cent cut of every free app install. Look, it made sense at the time. Apple is also giving developers who meet a certain small threshold 3 years of grace before they have to start. Yep, Apple basically. So it's time to launch the new iPads at the Apple event this week, where the company's expected to reveal new iPad Pros and iPad Airs, possibly with an M4 chip. And if the customers don't go for well, then Apple can always just press the Make Rich button again. It's all. And you can press the Make Sexy Again button with the help of our sponsor, Manscaped. If you ever wondered what peak hygiene looks like, take a look in the damn mirror after you use the Manscaped Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. It includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra for power and precision, and the Weed Whacker 2.0 also for power and precision. They're really good. They complement each other. And you're gonna get more compliments thanks to the Crop Soother and Crop Preserver also included in the Performance Package because of what they're gonna do for your package. Check out the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra at manscaped.com/techlink and use code TechLink for 20% off and free shipping. In order to introduce the Quick Bits, I have to say something like, and now the Quick Bits. So I'll just, that was. Intel is apparently making yet another change to their processor naming scheme. Reliable leaker Raichu claims the new Arrow Lake S desktop lineup will feature the Core Ultra 9 285K, Core Ultra 7 265K, and Core Ultra 5 255K SKUs. That's right, Intel decided to make their desktop processor names, the ones people could feasibly understand, sound like their mobile processor names. The names that are about as comprehensible as a tongueless Welshman after his 10th beer. I mean, shouldn't go that far. And that's not even a fair comparison, because that Welshman wouldn't cost hundreds of dollars to hang out with. In fact, he'd probably pay for a couple of your drinks. He's a nice guy. Okay, well, there we go. Yeah, but who stole his tongue? Nintendo is continuing to DMCA anyone and everyone they feel like. It's Nintendo's world, and we just try to play games in it. The company filed a single notice which triggered a chain reaction that took down 8,535 ports of the Yuzu emulator. In addition to attempting to wipe every trace of Yuzu from the internet, Nintendo is also going after MIG-Switch, a flash cartridge for the Nintendo Switch console. At least 75 sites reselling the product have been de-indexed from Google search at Nintendo's request. And while the company carries out this bureaucratic carpet bombing, Yuzu and MIG-Switch's respective alternatives, Ryujinx and Unlock Switch, are just kinda hanging out. AKA trembling in fear, hiding in the bunker. Hackers be hacking, we all know that. But apparently sometimes two will wind up trying to compromise the same router at the same time, which they typically deal with by either one letting the other use the router for free, or both finding their own way to break into the device and using it at the same time. Now that's apparently because even rival cybercriminals have a shared interest in there being lots and lots of compromised routers.
I refuse to be a demon's puppet again.
It's a love-hate relationship. Claudio, what are you doing here?
I'll meet you in the gate.
I'm hacking the bank. I told you I never wanted to see you again. Now that's all according to a report, even the Spanish accent, from cybersecurity researchers Fernando Mercedes, maybe, and Fiek Hackboard. Yeah, that's an actual name. We looked it up and it's apparently Dutch. So I even had in the world Following the leak of the Android launcher app for the Rabbit R1 not an Android AI phone thing, a software dev has added insult to injury by reverse engineering the R1 software into a progressive web app and then demoed it on a The APK was also dissected by the team at immersionnews.com, who confirmed that yes, the R1 runs Android. Look, I just hope the Rabbit R1 goes down in history as the most beautiful, cool-looking, desirable thing that is just a phone but worse in history. It's $200 and a lot of people wanted it and bought it, and then we moved on. And Boston Dynamics has given their unsettling Spot RoboDog a friendly new look, adding Muppet-like eyes, ears, and sparkly fur, though its spindly legs still end in the usual rubber doorstop nubs. It's giving horrifying cyborg from Half-Life. The company even had Spot's new drag persona, Sparkles, perform a short skit/dance routine with the original Spot bot. The routine was apparently programmed into the robots using Choreographer, a dance system that Boston Dynamics made for customers in the entertainment industry. I don't know, I'm not sure I'd feel better after getting disemboweled by a rogue dog bot if it then gloated about it by moonwalking away from my shattered body. Oh, that's cute. But I'll be equally shattered if you don't come back on Monday for more tech news, emotionally and physically. It happens. I won't explain it.
My dearest friend, you refuse.
I cannot do that here.
Before this weekend, you could safely assume that the worst thing about South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem were extremely conservative views on things like abortion access, public health and safety, healthcare in general, LGBTQ rights, immigration, and so on. She's one of those politicians who has aligned themselves with the MAGA crowd and the rest of the far-right cranks in government, making a name for herself by sending the South Dakota National Guard to the southern border multiple times,
have a look.
signing a law that allows businesses to discriminate against gay people, restricting access to abortions within her state, fighting with local tribes and the federal government on numerous occasions in order to allow fireworks displays at Mount Rushmore, even though they'd been banned for over a decade because of wildfire risk. So lots of things. I mean, she also abolished the need for a permit in order to carry a concealed handgun. And in a rare win, I'm going to say win on this one, she did sign off on arguably the most successful drug awareness advertising campaign since the This Is Your Brain on Drugs, when her state released the universally beloved Meth. We're on it.
I'm on meth.
Good batch.
I'm on meth.
I'm on it too. So am I.
So am I.
I'm on that.
I'm on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it too.
Yeah, but all those
I
things,
don't
they're
have
only
them,
viewed
too.
negatively by her political opponents, both of us, and statistically a decent majority of the country. On the other hand, when it comes to her policy positions and the job that she's done, conservatives are actually very pleased with everything that we just mentioned. Yeah. But in a rare sign of bipartisanship, people from all walks of life and both sides of the aisle came together this weekend to stare in disbelief as Kristi Noem publicly admitted to shooting and killing a puppy because she had failed to train it properly.
She killed a dog with a gun.
Well, you city folk wouldn't understand.
That's just Midwest living.
Out here in real America, we're shooting dogs all the time.
And we're better people because of it, apparently.
So there's really no way to ignore how deranged that is. It definitely got a reaction from everyone. The full political compass.
Yeah.
Including members of her own party who now claim that she should be removed from the pool of potential Trump VP picks. Which makes sense because she killed a dog with a gun and then told people about it willingly in a book in a way to, I guess, demonstrate that she's willing to make the tough decisions that leadership requires.
It is one of the most bizarre attempts at either owning a story or attempting to seem tough because of something you did that I've ever seen or heard.
Yeah, it's the kind of story that your average person wouldn't shoot a dog to begin with.
Yeah.
But even if they did, you'd have to waterboard the information out of them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't just give it away in a book. But yeah, by the way, the dog was barely a year old. Literally a puppy. This was not an old Yeller situation. She got frustrated because a literal puppy was being disobedient. So she took it out back.
To what is now infamously referred to as the gravel pit. From now on. Yeah, taking it out to the gravel pit.
Yeah.
Something that is like just innocuous, but sounds way worse than it could ever be.
The gravel.
Yeah. Now here's some of the original reporting from this past weekend, and then we'll get into the reactions. First, here's The Guardian. Cricket was a wire-haired pointer, about 14 months old, the South Dakota governor writes in a new book, adding that the dog, a female, had a, quote, aggressive personality and needed to be trained to use the hunting. What unfolds over the next few pages shows how that effort went very wrong indeed. And remarkably, how Cricket was not the only domestic animal Gnome chose to kill one day in hunting season. Gnome's book, No Going Back. What a great title, No Going Back.
There's no going back from this, Christy.
Gnome's book, No Going Back, the truth on what's wrong with politics and how we move forward.
Shoot more dogs.
How we move America forward, will be published in the U.S. next month. The Guardian obtained a copy. She includes her story about the ill-fated Cricket, she says, to illustrate her willingness in politics as well as in South Dakota life to do anything difficult, messy, and ugly if it simply needs to be done.
That's one way of putting it.
I know, it's certainly a take. By taking Cricket on a pheasant hunt with older dogs, Gnome says she hoped to calm the young dog down and begin to teach her how to behave. Unfortunately, Cricket ruined the hunt, going out of her mind with excitement, chasing all those birds and having the time of her life.
Did you try training it first?
It was having the time of its soon-to-be very short life.
So she goes on to write about how the dog had so much energy. Oh my God, a puppy having a ton of energy?
Wow.
It's so much energy that it escaped her truck on the way home. Okay. Responsibility was the truck. Escaped the truck on the way home and started chasing and attacking some chickens. So she paid the family for the birds that the dog killed and added that through it all, Cricket was the picture of pure joy. I hate that, right? Adding that Cricket had proved herself untrainable, dangerous to anyone she came into contact with, and less than worthless as a hunting dog. At that moment, Gnome says, I realized I had to put her down. Gnome, who also represented her state in Congress for 8 years, got her gun, then led Cricket to a gravel pit. It was not a pleasant job, she said. And after it was over, I realized another pleasant job needed to be done. So incredibly, Gnome's tale of slaughter is not finished.
Yeah.
Also, I'm still like, it's very...
Taking these animals up to the train station, as they say. Out to the farm, down to the gravel pit.
The line about another unpleasant job needing to be done is very ominous, but I'm still not entirely clear on what she
killed
means.
the family goat. Yeah, she then talks about taking a goat out to the gravel pit.
So she went on a spree.
When she was like, look, my hands are already covered in blood.
Yeah.
I've already been through one, apparently.
When you're already blood-soaked, what's one more domestic slaughter?
Yeah, it's like when you, a normal person doing chores or some kind of physical activity, you're like, well, I'm already sweaty. Might as well knock some other stuff out.
Might as well do all the dishes.
Yeah. So yeah, she took a goat out to the gravel pit afterwards.
What did the goat do?
And it was also, according to her being aggressive, But in this scenario,
was eating too many tin cans. Come on.
Yes. In this scenario, she shot it, wounded it, didn't kill it, went to her truck, grabbed another shotgun shell, and then walked back and finished the job while workers on her property stared at her doing all of this. Now, she later admitted that this happens all the time, and she recently just did it to a couple horses. So this is completely normal and very cool. Also, she added that her daughter returned from school the day that she had killed these animals and asked, "Hey, where's Cricket?"
Well, honey, your mother is a sociopath.
Yes.
And has a urge to kill that sometimes becomes too unbearable.
She said, "Here in South Dakota, we do things a little differently." And then she took Cricket's blood and rubbed it on her daughter's face.
Precious stones to catch them.
So now we know that some of you are saying, yeah, you city boys just don't get it. This is what we normal, real American folk do all the dang time. Except no, it's not normal to kill your dog for being disobedient when it's like 14 months old. Shut up. And like we said, everybody hated it. No one was a fan of Kristi Noem willingly and proudly talking about executing a dog that she herself described as the picture of pure joy. It's actually not something y'all do out there in the country. She did attempt to slightly walk it back a bit when she posted a response on Twitter saying that it wasn't easy, but often the easy way isn't the right way. What would be the easy way?
What would be the easy way?
Spending the necessary amount of time and effort training the dog, or at the very least, I don't know, using your wealth to hire trainers so you don't have to kill the animal, or just give it away to someone who has the patience and the skills to train this dog to hunt.
And so she didn't want to do things the easy way, which apparently would be treating the animal with some kind of respect.
Well, the easy way does involve murder, and you are, again, a sociopath. But yeah, it's odd. It's like she's trying to position this as a political slogan. Kristi Noem does things the right way, not the easy way. But instead of talking about balancing the state budget or negotiating the laws, she's talking about killing animals.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Now, there are others who are convinced that she told the story in her book because it's already well known and even worse sounding as the story made its way through political circles. By taking ownership of it and telling it in a way that she thought would make her look brave, and it wouldn't be used as an attack against her if she were picked as Donald Trump's running mate.
Wait, the real version of this is how could it even be worse?
Well, according to her own admission, there were people present that saw her do this, so I'm sure that story is out there.
Did she torture the dog first? How could this be worse?
I think she's... Look, I don't know, but I would assume that by telling the story in the book, she's adding a emotional weight to it that makes her seem less fucking psychotic by doing it.
It's the opposite of an emotional weight. It's like the lack of emotion.
Well, she wrongly thought that she was portraying it that way. But here's from the Associated Press. South Dakota Democratic Senate Minority Leader Reynold Nesiba considered the disclosure more calculated than stupid. He said the story has circulated for years in the lawsuit that Noem killed a dog in a fit of anger, and that there were witnesses. He speculated that it was coming out now because Noem was being vetted as a candidate for vice president. Quote, "She knew that this was a political vulnerability, and she needed to put it out there before it came up in some other venue," he said. Why else would she write about it? And there are so many people from both sides of the aisle that are asking that exact same question. Why would she write about this?
So dog experts also weighed in. Joan Payton of the German Wire-Haired Pointer Club of America, seems like she would know a bit about how these dogs work. She said, "I'm not sure which thing she did was stupider, the fact that she murdered the dog or the fact that she was stupid enough to publish it in a book." The article adds that the club itself described the breed as high energy and said Noem was too impatient and her use of a shock collar for training was botched. That was a puppy that had no experience, obviously no training, she said. If you know a minuscule amount about a bird dog, you don't take a 14-month-old out with trained adult dogs and expect them to perform. That is not how it works. Anyway, over in coverage from Rolling Stone, Dan Lusson, a professional hunting dog trainer, said that a 14-month-old dog is a baby that doesn't know any better, and that, to me, it's a lack of guidance by the owner or training by the owner, or discipline of the owner, he says, explaining that young bird hunting dogs in training often go through a slow process of introduction to deadfall before even being around gunshots. There's a lot of steps that you take before you take it to a field and shoot birds over it. And then there's obedience training. Does the dog know how to come when it's called? Does the dog know how to sit and wait? Why would you put a dog down with these instincts? Bye-bye.
Well, the revelation sparked a viral thread over the weekend started by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who posted the following on Twitter. Post a photo with your dog that doesn't involve shooting them and throwing them in a gravel pit. I'll start.
And this was a great, a great demonstration, like a good joke, but a great demonstration of Democrats being bad at comms. Because like, if you weren't completely plugged into the news cycle for like the preceding 18 hours, this seems like a really fucking weird thing to post.
Yes, yeah. So plenty of conservatives contributed to the discourse as well, with most simply being shocked that Kristi Noem would admit such a thing. Though that does play into the theory of getting the story out there so that it wasn't used against her. Former Trump White House staffer Sarah Matthews tweeted, "When I saw tweets about Kristi Noem murdering her puppy, I thought to myself, damn, one of the other VP contenders' teams found some oppo, until I realized she wrote about it in her book. I'm not sure why anyone would brag about this unless they're sick and twisted."
She's got that dark triad going.
And that tweet was in response to another former Trump staffer who is now a co-host of The View, Alyssa Farah Griffin, who wrote, "I'm a dog lover and I am honestly horrified by the Kristi Noem excerpt. I wish I hadn't even read it. A 14-month-old dog is still a puppy and can be trained. A large part of bad behavior in dogs is not having proper training from the humans responsible for them." Fox News' Brit Hume chimed in during a discussion of the excerpt with fellow Fox host Brett Baier, saying, "A great many people in America will look at that and think it's telling," Hume said. "I think it's damaging, Brett, I really do. Cruelty to animals or shooting your dog strikes people as not normal behavior they will probably imagine a not normal person." He added, "If I were a political advisor to her, and that's not my department, but had I been asked for an opinion about it, I'd say, don't put that in your book, whatever you do."
Yeah, it's just...
You should probably keep that story to yourself and hope that no one ever brings it up.
Generally speaking, people like dogs. They don't like when bad things happen to dogs, especially puppies. It's not, there's probably a couple people out there, Kristi Noem, where they get a little thrill out of it, but I feel like most Americans, no matter what they feel about literally anything else, they don't like hearing about a dog getting shot.
The idea of Kristi Noem shooting a dog in the head and saying, "Hey guys, pretty cool, huh? I guess that makes me pretty badass, right?"
Yeah.
Is insane.
That story went over a lot better down at the local police department.
Even the cops don't like dogs getting hurt. Well, for the most part. They love shooting other people's dogs, but yeah.
That's the joke, is that cops shoot people's dogs a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes just for fun.
And sometimes they just shoot
Sometimes
people.
when they could have simply walked across the street. Anyway, all in all, getting out ahead of this story did not work out anyway, because not only is everyone now aware that Kristi Noem is a puppy killer, she's also apparently been removed from consideration for being Donald Trump's pick for running mate. Here's the New York Post. South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem has no shot at being Donald Trump's running mate after revealing in a forthcoming book that she shot and killed her puppy. Sources close to the 45th president tell the Post. One ally of the presumptive Republican nominee said Trump's team was bewildered to hear of Noem's account in her book. She was already unlikely to be picked as VP, but had a shot, the person said of Noem, who has been widely projected to be on Trump's shortlist. After this, it's just impossible. The source who spoke to the Post noted that 2012 Republican nominee Mitt Romney is still remembered for sticking his dog in a crate set on top of the family's station wagon for a 1983 trip from Boston to Canada.
We all remember that, right?
What? What did I do? He liked the breeze.
It likes the wind.
like that freezing cold breeze. Trump isn't a dog person necessarily, this person said. He's not a dog person at all. He's the first president in, I think 100 years to not have a dog.
Or a pet at all in the White House.
And also, repeatedly uses like a dog as an insult.
A negative? Yeah.
Yeah, the man does not like dogs. No. But Trump isn't a dog person necessarily, this person said. But I think he understands that you can't choose a puppy killer as your pick for blatantly obvious reasons. You know who loves dogs? Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
I would
Big
not
fan.
want to get on his bad
Oh
side.
no. It is funny though.
Don't
like,
drink anything you didn't make yourself.
All these like little glimpses into the fact that Trump at least he's fully aware of optics. Look, he doesn't give a shit about dogs, but he knows how bad this looks.
Yeah, it has been interesting. Like during the MAGA period, which we're in like the 9th year of now, Trump is, if nothing else, he does understand like how to promote himself. He understands publicity. He understands optics. Where like once he understands that promoting like we're going to ban abortion is a great way to get out the vote, but actually banning abortion is not so great.
Yeah.
And so he of course immediately started like, whoa.
That's the state's fault. Sure, was I responsible for it? But hey, look, I did what they wanted me to. Now, reporting over at the Daily Beast delves further into this by speaking with many within Trump's circle. This graphic and shocking excerpt has been poorly received by many, including those in Trump world, and it may have sunk whatever hopes she had to be Trump's running mate. Everyone around Trump is talking about this, said a MAGA operative. Haven't seen a more public suicide than Jim Jones at Jonestown, another Trump world source told the Daily Beast. Operatives around Trump are fixated on the ads that would run if she were anywhere involved with President Trump's campaign regarding the dog, the Trump operative said. I mean, this stuff is devastating. There's nothing more popular in politics than dogs, and she killed one, and she continues to talk about it. That's what's baffling and shows out of control judgment. Matt Bartlett, a GOP strategist and director of public affairs at the Department of State under Trump, said Noem may have carved out a new category for herself in the lexicon of political blunders. For Kristi Noem, it's hard to even call this an unforced error, Bartlett said, because she deliberately told this story from something she thought would be a position of strength. A Trump-aligned strategist called Noem's decision one of the worst PR handlings I've ever seen. In America, we love beer, baseball, and dogs. It's bipartisan, the strategist said. And to think that Donald Trump would think you're tough because you killed a dog, it's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah!
We do things a little bit differently here in South Dakota.
It's been like, I mean, it made for this tragedy made for some great memes of just like, you got Cat Turd, who has also killed dogs, but only on accident, out of pure neglect.
Yes.
But him just like losing his mind, being so mad at Kristi Noem. You got the whole political spectrum of people being like, what? And then smacking their foreheads.
Well, there's a good learning lesson. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's wild. What a wild thing to do and then tell everyone about in order to become the next president of the United States when Trump drops dead in office.
Yeah.
It's not well played, ma'am. But quickly, while we're on the topic of Trump, here's a quick update on how his Supreme Court immunity case is going. Remember that?
Yeah.
So no decisions have been made, and it's unlikely that anything will be decided very soon at all. At best, it's going to be a few weeks before we hear anything substantial. But that works out well for Trump because it keeps the question of the legality of his actions floating around in purgatory while he continues to run for president. We did get to see just how extensive his lawyers' definitions of immunity and official acts were. Here's just a sample of some of the back and forth between the justices and Trump's lawyer. First, if he did a coup, would he be immune?
Let's say this president who ordered the military to stage a coup, he's no longer president. He wasn't impeached. He couldn't be impeached. But he ordered the military to stage a coup, and you're saying that's an official act.
I think it would depend.
That's immune.
I think it would depend on the circumstances whether it was an official act. If it were an official act, again, he would have to be impeached.
Well, what does that mean, depend on the circumstances? He was the president. He is the commander-in-chief. He talks to his generals all the time, and he told the generals, I don't feel like leaving office. I want to stage a coup. Is that immune?
If it's an official act, there needs to be impeachment and conviction beforehand because the framers viewed that kind of
If
very
it's an
low
official
risk.
act, is it an official act?
If it's an official act, it's impeachment.
Is it an official act?
On the way you've described that hypothetical, it could well be.
Kagan also asked if the president could legally sell nuclear secrets to a foreign adversary.
If a president sells nuclear secrets to a foreign adversary, is that immune?
That sounds like, similar to the bribery example, likely not immune. Now, if it's structured as an official act, he would have to be impeached and convicted first before.
What does that mean if it's structured as an official act?
Well, I don't know in the hypothetical whether or not that would be an official act. You'd probably have to have more details to apply the Blazing Game analysis, or even the Fitzgerald analysis that we've been talking about.
They then pushed these scenarios to the limit, asking if Trump ordered the assassination of a political rival, would that be considered an official act and give him immunity?
If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts that for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
It could.
So yeah, obviously pretty scary stuff that is, so far, just hypothetical. And according to most reporting, people seem to believe that the court will reject the absolute immunity claim, but they agree that the longer this Supreme Court case takes, the more Trump benefits from it regardless of the outcome. The court will revisit these arguments in mid-May, but again, it's unlikely that a decision will be reached by then.
Yeah, I did think it was interesting how we have 3 liberal-ish justices on and they were all just like, hey, I finally get to put on my what did the founders think hat that the rest of you freaks have been wearing your whole careers, and ask why in 1783 or whatever, when the Constitution was written, why did no one think to put this there?
Yeah.
And they pointed out like multiple examples, like there were immunity clauses in like state charters and stuff. It's like weird that the founders, this must have slipped their mind. But this court, which now operates on a like crystal ball of like what would Thomas Jefferson think, is entertaining this ludicrousness. Anyway, let's lighten things up a bit and talk about the guy in New York City, my new hometown. No, I did have a great time though. The guy in New York City who ate a whole tub of cheese balls while a massive crowd cheered him on.
He was wearing a mask, and it did happen this weekend, so it could have been you that ate the cheese balls.
We'll never know. So over the past week or so, flyers started popping up around New York City, instructing people to meet up in Union Square Park to watch someone eat a bunch of cheese balls. The guy was wearing a balaclava, so you know he was serious.
Yeah.
People love this kind of absurdity, so of course a crowd showed up, and it appeared as though everyone had a great time while this guy ate his cheese balls.
Just something to do on the weekend.
Although, I mean, so there was the chicken guy.
We'll get to it.
Was that Boston or Chicago? It wasn't New York.
You're way off. You're way off. Philadelphia.
Okay.
And you are going to get justifiably destroyed in the comments section by all of our beloved Philly fans.
Everything east of the Rockies, it's just blah, 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 blah. What? Over here, our states are squares. And it makes it easy to remember that. They're square and they're big, and there's not a million of them, all with arbitrary river-shaped borders.
New England? Angliophiles. Get out of here.
Yeah. New Jersey? Where's the old Jersey?
Honestly, it wasn't like this was an unthinkable amount of cheese balls either. It was a big tub, but it wasn't ginormous.
This guy's going to be pooping.
I certainly would not like to be there, but it's not unmanageable for your typical American. But people love a spectacle, and that's what they got. However, as we alluded to, New York City's cheese ball man has upset some people. And those people are the residents of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, who are now claiming that Cheese Ball Man is just a complete ripoff of their own local folk hero, Alexander Tominsky, a.k.a. the Chicken Man, who ate an entire rotisserie chicken every single day for 40 days.
And they're correct.
Here's local outlet The Philadelphia Inquirer. Across New York, a grassroots campaign to watch a guy eat an entire jar of cheese balls at a park is building momentum, to which Philadelphians are saying, yawn, been there, done that. Soon after word spread, Philadelphians weighed in, as we do, challenging the campaign's originality.
New York is just ripping off our chicken man. Philly resident Eric Fink wrote on X, formerly Twitter, "Be original, NYC. Rip off or not, Tominsky isn't mad about it. Sometimes people see something they thought was cool and want to put their own spin on it," he told the Inquirer. "There have been a handful of people that have copied what I did at this point. I can't find a reason to be mad at it. That doesn't mean Tominsky thinks it will necessarily go well. The only thing that made the whole thing I did impressive was because of the support of Philadelphia," he said. "New York is not Philly, which means that the whole eating cheese puffs thing will not be as impressive." So it looks like New York lifted a giant middle finger to the Chicken Man and to Philly because they turned out in droves to watch this man eat his cheese balls.
Yes, they did.
In response to the success of Cheese Ball Man, Chicken Man cleared the air regarding the comparisons once and for all, tweeting a photo of a local news report and adding, "It can't be a ripoff because this cheese ball guy didn't eat them for 40 days. Also, was clearly a party. Everyone on that pier was simply there to see me go to war. Very different. Hashtag Philly." And he was right because the original flyer said, not a party.
Yeah.
And this one in New York, clearly a party.
Seemed like a party.
And he didn't do it 40 days in a row.
Yeah, completely different. But I do love that like before the event, Chicken Guy from Philly was like, "We do things here differently here in Philly. We turn out for our local folk heroes. Not like those lazy assholes in New York. No one's going to show up for this." And it shows up and he's like, "All right, well, it's different actually." He didn't do it for 40 days. And also, he made a party into the whole thing. A spectacle. I was there going to war against these chickens.
Listen, I will say this. I was in New York this weekend, and I managed to get there like exactly as like basically winter transitions into summer. It was like pretty chilly first half of my trip there, and then it was like fucking 80 degrees out on the second half. And yeah, the people who actually live in New York, they were all out on the town. It was bustling. All the parks were full.
What a beautiful weekend.
I went to Central Park, and it was a sea of humanity. And I imagine that Union Square Park, or wherever this was, there was probably already a lot of people out there enjoying the sun, enjoying their Sunday, and that could have helped a bit. Whereas the Philly guy, he did that like out on a fucking pier, out in some like just dilapidated post-industrial hellscape where you really had to go out of your way to see the Chicken Man.
Sounds like you're making excuses for the city of Philadelphia because you feel a little bad about talking shit about them.
No, I don't. I am on Chicken Man's side here.
All right. Well, anyways, let them fight. It is the best, most harmless city rivalry we've seen in ages.
It's like saying like, oh, like, wow, those guys shoving free CDs in people's faces on Hollywood Boulevard.
Nobody does it like Hollywood, baby.
They're so popular. Look at these crowds that they have assembled to see them push CDs in people's faces and then charge them money for it.
He is getting cheered on by at least dozens of people, the Cheese Ball Man in New York. And,
dozens.
There are dozens of them. So
I mean, nothing against this. I'm just saying, Philly, this is a little, seems a little bit unoriginal. And look, the Philly guy, he's got a lot of good points.
I will fully support the charity boxing match between Cheese Ball Man and Chicken Man to once and for all show who is the better city.
No, there's no need. Cheese Ball guy just got to do this 40 more times.
Okay.
That's all that needs to happen. But speaking of New Yorkers desperate for attention, we somehow have an update regarding George Anthony DeVolder Santos. Again?
Yeah.
If you missed our last episode, the latest on Santos was he dropped out of the race for New York's 1st congressional district, where he was running as a MAGA independent. But now that he's out of the race and waiting around for his federal fraud trial that is not looking good for him, he has decided to keep the fundraising going by reintroducing himself on Cameo as Kitara Rivas, a.k.a. his drag queen alter ego, the one he, for like at least a week, was like,
"That's not me."
No, I've never heard of that. I don't know who told you that.
Hearing about this character for the first time. It's
the one that he attempted to deny the existence of in the face of like photographic and video proof.
Yeah, and other people who were like, "Yeah, that's him. We were hanging out. It was a great time."
And even up until recently, he'd claimed that, okay, yeah, the photos were legitimate, but he did not perform as a drag queen.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a goof.
Well, he's obviously low on cash, so he is now doing custom Cameo videos in character as Kitara Rivas. And here's the info from his page. George Santos as Kitara Rivas. "Hey, you messy bitches. After 18 years in the closet, I'm back for a limited time. 10% of every Cameo will go to Tunnel to Towers and 10% to the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews." That money is not going anywhere except into George Santos' bank account.
Yeah, the limited amount of cash that this will actually make is going straight to his pocket.
Yeah, there's. I love that he still thinks he can do that. That's very funny.
Okay, but speaking of updates, remember that insane N95 mask that Razer developed and sold during the COVID-19 pandemic?
The RGB pandemic mask.
Yeah, the one with the gamer lights.
Yeah.
So when you walked into a room, the whole place lit up.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone said, "Oh, wow, what a cool mask."
Wow. I think that guy's a gamer.
And if you wore it on a plane, everyone would be very upset because you're keeping them awake.
Yeah.
Because while you're breathing your fresh air, the whole plane is lighting up like a disco. Well, it turns out they're probably not all that safe. And the surprisingly large number of people who bought them actually just own a light-up prop and not a medically safe filtration system for your face. Now, Razer is being forced by the government to refund over $1 million worth of orders that were fulfilled for the RGB face mask for gamers. Here's The Verge with more.
Razer will have to fork over $1.1 million in refunds to customers who purchased its RGB-clad Zephyr face mask, according to a proposed settlement announced by the Federal Trade Commission on Monday. The company claimed the face mask used N95-grade filters, but the FTC alleges Razer never submitted them for testing and only stopped the false advertising following negative press coverage and consumer outrage at the deceptive claims. Although Razer initially marketed the $100 mask as having N95-grade filters, it scrubbed any mention of the grade after YouTuber Naomi Wu tore down the mask and found that it wasn't N95 certified after all. Razer also planned on launching a $150 Zephyr Pro with a voice amplification feature, but that never panned out.
At the time, Razer addressed claims about its Zephyr mask, saying in a post on X that the Razer Zephyr and Zephyr Pro are not medical devices, respirators, surgical masks, or personal protective equipment, PPE, and are not meant to be used in medical or clinical settings. The FTC alleges that Razer made misleading statements about the mask on social media and product pages, and also claims Razer never had it tested by the Food and Drug Administration or the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health. These businesses falsely claimed in the midst of a global pandemic that their face mask was the equivalent of an N95 certified respirator, Samuel Levine, the director of the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection, said in a statement. The FTC will continue to hold accountable businesses that use false and unsubstantiated claims to target consumers who are making decisions about their health and safety. The FTC's proposed settlement also requires Razer to pay a civil penalty of $100,000 and bans the company from making COVID-related health misrepresentations and other unsubstantiated health claims. So, if you did own one of these masks, you are probably entitled to a full refund. And now you also have a cool prop for your cosplay, because that's all it's good for.
Yeah, it's still, it looks pretty wild. It's a cyberpunk looking item. This is funny. I feel like there were like 3 or 4 of these companies during the pandemic that were basically pitching the coolest cooler of N95 masks, and I feel like every single one of them was a total dud when it finally came out.
Yeah,
was like missing a lot of like key features, like the fact that the amplification was like a huge selling point for when this like concept was first announced, because
that's the later model.
You're not going to be able to have like a conversation with this thing on your head.
But when you do, on the next version, you're going to sound like Optimus Prime, and it's going to cost $50 more.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, offers 0 protection. As we said in our follow-up advertising campaign, this is a useless product that only morons would buy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It offers nothing. You get nothing.
They should have just done KN95. To this day, I don't think I've ever seen an N95 like product. Like I remember at the time,
you could get the masks for sure.
I haven't seen them. It's all KN95.
Yeah. Now you get them at Home Depot, where doers get things done.
Bump 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 bump.
But on the topic of gamer news, it turns out a hell of a lot of people are really, really into the Fallout TV series on Amazon Prime. Not only have the active player numbers skyrocketed across all of the Fallout video game titles, Amazon has just revealed the actual viewership numbers, and it's very safe to say that we're going to be seeing plenty of Fallout in the future.
Hell yeah.
Here's Variety. According to the streamer, the series pulled in 65 million viewers in its first 16 days of availability, with the first season dropping in its entirety on April 10th. That makes it the second most watched title ever on the platform, and the most watched title since the debut of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, back in 2022. Amazon also says the show is its most watched ever among adults 18 to 34, with 60% of the show's audience coming from outside the United States. In particular, the UK, France, and Brazil have all proven to be hubs for the show's popularity.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a great show.
My favorite thing is all the people who are mad that it's woke, I guess, because there's black people in it. Even those people, like, they're having a hard time because they're like, fuck, this show's actually good.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, there's some
damn it.
cheesy parts, but it's a overall great show.
I think it's best video game adaptation ever.
But did you see the Sonic the Hedgehog movie? No. Well, then you don't know for sure.
Anyway, they add that the show has also proven to be popular with critics, holding a 94% critical approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes. In her review for Variety, Aramidi Tinubu wrote, "Bizarre but intensely fun, Fallout is like nothing you've ever seen. For that reason alone, you won't be able to turn away." Amazon has already renewed Fallout for Season 2.
Yeah, there you go. And just to annoy the hell out of Elliot, it's time for some cicada news.
Oh, God. It's so loud.
Elliot, these damn cicadas are
Make it stop.
They're so goddamn loud that people in the South are calling the cops to complain about the noise. And I can only assume that police are showing up to these locations and just firing their guns wildly into the air.
Yeah, I figured the South, what?
We take matters into our own hands.
We don't call the police. We don't call 911.
I'm taking these cicadas out to the gravel pit.
Yeah. I guess not.
No, they call the cops so the cops can come shoot the cicadas. I don't know what's making that sound, but it needs to die right now. Here's NBC News with more.
Emerging cicadas are so loud in one South Carolina county that residents are calling the sheriff's office asking why they can hear sirens or a loud roar. The Newberry County Sheriff's Office sent out a message on Facebook on Tuesday letting people know that the whining sound is just the male cicadas singing to attract mates after more than a decade of being dormant. They horny. Some people have even flagged down deputies to ask what the noise is all about, Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster said. The noisiest cicadas were moving around the county of about 38,000 people, about 40 miles northwest of Columbia, prompting calls from different locations as Tuesday wore on, Foster said. Trillions of red-eyed periodical cicadas are emerging from underground in the eastern U.S. this month. The broods emerging are on 13 or 17-year cycles. Their collective songs can be as loud as jet engines, and scientists who study them often wear earmuffs to protect their hearing. After Tuesday, Foster understands why. Although to some the noise is annoying, they pose no danger to humans or pets, Foster wrote in his statement to county residents. Unfortunately, it is the sounds of nature. I said, unfortunately, it's the sound... Unfortunately, it's the sounds of nature.
Excuse me, what? Can't you kill these things? No.
No!
And that is a beautiful quote to end today's episode on. Unfortunately, it is the sounds of nature.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you go out into the woods for a nice walk and all you hear are these birds chirping, coyotes giggling.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. All this peace and quiet, I can't stand it. Unfortunately, that's the sounds of nature.
Boo, nature, boo.
In America, we require the low hum of passing traffic.
Yeah.
Just that constant droning sound to...
Things get too quiet. That's when things get scary.
You can't have... That's why we need to live in cities.
Yeah.
Because the quiet will kill you.
Quiet.
I've seen The Quiet Place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too quiet.
If I was in the Quiet Place universe, I would simply wait until trillions of cicadas emerged from the ground to offer cover so that I could move around unfettered.
Yeah. Why didn't Office Jim think of that?
Stupid Jim. Hey, where's your fucking positivity show, you asshole?
Yeah, didn't he get like millions of dollars for that? Well.
Office Jim got the bag and left. And that's the real positive story.
Yeah.
But you know what else is positive? Giving this video a thumbs up. Click the like button right now. Not only does it help engagement, it also makes you feel really good.
It does.
Yeah.
It's the sound of nature.
That's the bing. Wow, the beautiful sound, the unmistakable sound of nature taking its
Let me
course.
get out my birding goggles.
I'm going to kill that bird. Like the video. No sponsor. You're the sponsor. Click the join button to support the channel today. Click the join button. Click the like button. Leave a comment. Reply to a comment. And if you're feeling frisky and you haven't watched them already, watch our 2 previous videos that are popping up right over here. And we'll be back. Guys, full schedule this week. Next week's going to get a bit weird. But this week, 4 videos. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
So stay tuned. We got more videos coming up for you in just a little bit. Watch our other videos and we'll be back soon.
Bye.
Bye. In just the past 2 weeks, we've seen protests on college campuses grow from isolated demonstrations on campuses like Columbia University in New York City into a full-blown nationwide movement with supports from students and a public that has grown hoarse from screaming "enough is enough" after each and every report of death and destruction that comes out of Israel's war on Palestine. And the constant bewilderment that comes as a result of our leaders' commitment to continue funding this war with our own tax dollars, despite the staggering and horrific violence and dehumanization that is on full display, not only through intrepid reporting on the ground, but also from humanitarian groups, volunteer medical staff, citizens themselves, and a near endless supply of graphic and upsetting video footage that is, in many cases, filmed by members of the Israeli army themselves, where they appear to find glee in the death and destruction that they are causing as retaliation to an attack back on October 7th.
So since the conflict began, over 35,000 people have been killed, and honestly, at this point, they stopped counting. There's no way to count. That was the number 3 months ago at this point. It's probably a lot higher, and even back then, people who analyze this shit for a living were saying that it was already being undercounted. We won't know the full extent for a long time, but it's a lot of fucking people that have been killed, and a substantial amount of those people are women, children, or just men who aren't in Hamas, who have families and want to live. They're dead. In addition to that, nearly 100 journalists have been killed, alongside over 200 humanitarian aid workers. And in one well-documented case from back in December, Israeli forces also killed at least 3 of the very hostages that they were purportedly attempting to save by initiating this massive war on Palestine. In just the past few weeks alone, the IDF killed 7 humanitarian aid workers who were there with the World Central Kitchen to provide meals to a population that is intentionally being starved by the actions of the IDF, and Israeli citizens who have sabotaged or blocked resources and aid from entering the country. They're just sitting there at the gate. No, no food gets through here. We're the good guys, by the way. And yeah, it's to the point where, bafflingly, the United States has been forced to build a new pier on the coast of Gaza in order to bring in humanitarian aid, because our friends, the state of Israel, won't let it happen.
Yeah.
So our good friends who we love, we're just gonna...
The ones that we're giving billions of dollars to.
The ones who we love, who can do nothing wrong, and if you disagree, you're an anti-Semite. They're not letting us feed these starving people, so we
gotta build a pier.
We're just gonna build our own pier.
Yeah, so clearly, U.S. officials are aware of how dire the situation is, which is bizarre. It's a bizarre thing to think about when our country is providing funding to the country that is starving the one that we are also appearing to want to help. It seems like the easier option would just be to tell them to knock it off with the fucking war crimes and maybe stop sending them billions upon billions of dollars to do so. No amount of finger-wagging is going to stop Netanyahu or the IDF from doing what they are doing when they've been given the tacit approval of everything by way of massive U.S. funding.
Yeah, and they have so many bombs and bullets that they're just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
We don't have to be careful about how we use these things. We've got 1 million of them, and we've got a blank check for 1 million more, so just let that shit fly.
And it's not just a bunch of scholars, historians, humanitarians, and college students who are furious about what's happening in Palestine right now. The United Nations has launched probes into the actions of Israel and recently adopted a resolution that calls for Israel to be held accountable for possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in the Gaza Strip. In response to this, a representative for Israel in Geneva, quote, accused the council of having long abandoned the Israeli people and long defended Hamas.
So more recently than that, the International Criminal Court is reportedly on the cusp of issuing arrest warrants for members of the Israeli government over accusations of their involvement in, quote, preventing the delivery of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip and pursuing an excessively harsh response to the Hamas-led October 7th attacks on Israel, according to 2 of the 5 officials, all of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss the matter. It was later reported by NBC News that Israel is greatly concerned that the International Criminal Court may issue arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and senior military officials as early as this week, an Israeli official told NBC News. Now we should point out, the ICC has not officially confirmed these warrants as of when we filmed this, and the original investigation also involved arrest warrants for Hamas leaders, and that, despite the rumor of arrest warrants for members of the Israeli government lacking confirmation, top Israeli officials almost immediately said there would be consequences if such warrants were issued. And those consequences would, of course, be mainly directed at the Palestinian Authority, but the Palestinians.
Yeah,
More people will die until conditions improve.
Needless to say, it's quite easy to understand why a bunch of college students at a pivotal moment of their lives, in a situation where they are actually able to make a change, or at the very least, voice their displeasure at the fact that our country is connected and complicit in a war that has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people who had already been marginalized, bullied, discriminated against, and killed for decades leading up to this most recent siege. I guess you could understand why they're upset.
No, they're
letting
being
their
paid
voices
by Iran
heard.
somehow. Iran, a country with no access to the global banking system, is paying for all of these Costco tents and all of these pallets of Costco water.
Yeah.
How'd they get that water? That's a lot of water. It's fucking $4, you idiot.
So these protests, they're also coming at a time where one politician in particular, Joe Biden, is in a position where his decisions, actions, and responses to the concerns of his own citizens will significantly alter the outcome of this year's election. And so far, he has completely failed on that front by, at best, simply stating that Israel's violent response has been a little over the top, and at worst, vilifying the students who are involved in the campus protests.
Hey, that's not fair. Biden has, on numerous occasions, been privately very concerned and upset.
Yes.
According to sources.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, he's still giving them everything they want, but he feels really bad about that, and I think that counts.
He's wagging his finger, shaking his head to let everyone know that he disapproves, while also basically writing blank checks with our taxpayer dollars.
Also, I don't know why you kids are so mad. I just legalized weed. Well, sort of.
That was such a funny gimme. Like, toss something out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's good news. It's also the kind of thing I'm like, you could have done that on day one.
Yes.
You clearly, obviously waited for a moment when your approval among the important voting bloc that you need to win this election, because they were pivotal to winning the last election, does not like you at all.
No.
You're throwing them a bone, and it's we're not falling for it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So obviously, we're not experts in political strategy, but we would assume that alienating and vilifying entire generations of citizens over their protests of violent destruction overseas, which is being financed by U.S. taxpayer dollars, and these students' own tuition payments, thanks to these institutions being invested in various weapons manufacturers and companies with direct ties to Israel's war on Gaza. It seems like a stupid fucking move for a person who represents the political party that should be, in theory, ideologically opposed to what is happening in Gaza.
Yeah.
But no! Instead, Biden did a whole press conference, an unannounced one.
Yeah.
Those are always the good ones. A whole press conference about how the students are protesting wrong, as if there's some totally perfect way to protest that has never been tried before, to the point of exhaustion over the many, many, many years of unrest this country has seen.
They're not protesting the specific way that I want them to protest. Oh, what way is that? It's a secret. You can't know about it.
The secret is vote. You vote.
Yeah.
It's a never-ending cycle of Democrats seeming to defend people's right to protest in like the very abstract sense, but in reality, no, not like that. Also, not like that. Not like that either, actually.
And certainly not like that.
Yeah.
But you'll find a way.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously,
this was so. This pissed me off. Like I'm already on like. I'm already on.
You're already cranked
I'm
up.
on the razor's edge. Okay. And this shit drove me insane. This man went on TV like 12 hours after like the LAPD went into a relatively extremely peaceful protest and made it violent.
Yeah.
And he's going on TV being like, these students, they're just so violent.
And that comes after a night where peaceful protests turned violent because of fucking pro-Israeli people coming to start shit.
A bunch of freaks showed up with like fireworks and sticks and beat the shit out of students while the LAPD just sat there.
Well, what are we gonna do?
And then the way this is framed the next day from the president and on all the major news networks is like
how violent the protests
thank
are.
God those police went in and stopped the violence.
Now, obviously, there are even more reprehensible and outrageous actions and statements coming out of conservatives and the extreme right regarding these protests and just the war in general.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the blatant hypocrisy regarding what they consider freedom of speech, the actual anti-Semitism that runs rampant among their ranks, that this war in Palestine is actually the first step in fulfilling the end times prophecy that they believe will result in the return of Jesus Christ and an entirely Christian world, and the general anti-Muslim sentiment that's always been there. Also, the fact that every major conflict could ultimately benefit their attempts at installing a true authoritarian government here. It's unthinkable that right now, President Biden seems to be doing everything in his power to alienate and vilify a generation of educated and engaged citizens, when you consider what's actually on the line here.
Yeah, the whole like vote for me or we get fascism argument, it really gets pretty seriously undermined when you look at what's happening right now.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so you're saying that if
things will get this bad,
if we vote for you again, what are you saying? Like it'll be worse?
On the opposite end, it's like
at least the other guy's not the one beating you with sticks.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
It's like Trump campaigning on this stuff previously, where he was showing video from his own during his own administration and saying it was Joe Biden's America.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to not have people realize that that's bullshit.
Yeah. No, it's God.
But then again, as we've seen over the past few weeks, the line between the two parties continues to blur, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to say that things could be worse, despite that actually being true.
Yeah, no, they all joined hands this week to pass.
Chant "fuck Joe Biden."
Well,
the protesters did.
The Congress all joined hands this week to like try and pass some laws that basically make it like a law that criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic.
Yeah, we get to that.
Which, yeah, so the most glaring example is the actions of the police at the behest of local officials who have stormed into otherwise peaceful protests decked out with riot gear in just the most insane numbers. Kind of the numbers that would make you believe that war is happening on U.S. soil. The videos that have been coming out of these campuses over the past week have been especially damning. And the result so far is that over 2,000 protesters across the nation have been arrested, with some students being assaulted by counter-protesters, as well as the police themselves. Students and faculty. Some of them just little old ladies.
Yeah.
Had to do it to them, I guess.
Some of them students who were shot in the face with less than lethal rounds.
One of them, a little old lady who is literally the head of the Jewish Studies department at her university.
Yep.
What an anti-Semite. So UCLA in particular was the most recent shocking scene where, beginning late on Tuesday night, counter-protesters repeatedly attempted to instigate a violent confrontation with anti-war protesters by trying to break through a barricade, throwing items, assaulting people, lighting off fireworks towards the encampments, and more. All while, conveniently in this scenario, the police just stood by and played a little bit of Candy Crush, I don't know, took some footage, just did fucking nothing for hours while getting paid by my fucking taxes.
Yeah, one day later, police moved into the encampment area, started dismantling everything and arresting students while in full head-to-toe riot gear. Oh, and then complaining about the mess that was left behind when they were finished, as if the students had time to clean things up as they were being forced out of the area and arrested. Wow, look at these filthy protesters with all their trash everywhere. They must actually hate the climate. Oh, no, we were like forcibly being shoved out of the area. So these arrests followed another chaotic night over in New York City, where officials at Columbia University ordered police to enter the campus halls and, quote, restore safety and order, which resulted in shocking images of arrests amid claims that these protests were not only violent, but that terrorists were involved, and that the movement was being infiltrated by non-students who were there for nefarious reasons.
Yeah, they got these crazy bike locks that you can't get anywhere except on the official Columbia University website, where they recommend that specific bike lock.
And many of these claims were debunked almost immediately, including the somehow shocking revelation that students need bike chains to, get this, lock up their bikes. Also, as was pointed out immediately after the press conference, where NYPD reps held up a bike lock as proof of professional involvement in the protest.
This is a terrorist bike lock right here.
The so-called terrorist bike lock weapons were actually, as Elliot mentioned, these bike locks were listed for sale and endorsed on the Columbia University's own website.
There was, I saw a clip of like a cop literally holding it, and a reporter, a local reporter, is like, showed him on her phone, like, he's like, that's not the same one.
This is a terrorist bike lock. You don't understand. Your tiny journalist brain.
We are being gaslit at every fucking level, and it's driving me insane.
Yeah.
So following the raid on Columbia's campus, and in what can only be described as completely fucking dystopian and bizarre fashion, the NYPD released quick sizzle reel of their very cool operation where they went onto a college campus to make arrests and bust a few skulls for the inexcusable crime of challenging the government's war machine. Being upset that their tuition is funding a genocide and protesting the, as Biden himself puts it, over-the-top response from Israel towards the Palestinian people. The 5-minute documentary, which is edited like an intense action movie, it legitimately feels like something out of like a Paul Verhoeven movie. And we're not exactly sure that the NYPD and Mayor Eric Adams are gonna get the response they anticipated out of basically doing a marketing reel for abuse and brutality at the hands of the police.
Hey, looks pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, who, by the way, constantly and justifiably being critiqued for standing around playing mobile games instead of stopping actual crime.
But hey, when there's skulls to bust over at the college protests, break out the riot gear.
It's just, yeah, like...
There's a lot of things you could look at and say, wow,
like,
look, this response is outrageous considering...
Dressed up like you're going to war to go against a bunch of like 19-year-olds.
Yeah, rolling up in...
Feel real strong.
What amounts to
What a
tanks.
big man.
Yeah.
But yeah, or in the case of like the troopers on the University of Texas campus, being big tough guys and roughing up protesters, while just a few years ago, they all stood outside of an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, while there was an active gunman inside, killing all the children.
Yeah.
Which it does warm my heart a little bit that has now caught on as a popular protest chant in Texas.
Yeah.
Being like, you let those children die at Uvalde.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And now you're here roughing
never let them forget that shit.
Roughing us up for literally sitting on campus and with signs.
Also, the Texas protests, they're like, some of these protesters had guns on them. It's like, yeah.
It's Texas.
You're in Texas.
That's the law.
You passed laws that make that legal. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You don't like people walking around with concealed guns on them? That's on you.
Speaking of twisting the truth to fit a specific narrative, it doesn't get more aggravating than elected officials and members of the news media framing these protests and the student protesters as something they are not. Over the past 2 weeks, if your primary source of information was mainstream outlets and channels, these protesters were immediately called terrorists, or pro-Hamas, or anti-Semitic, and every other negative term that could be thrown at them instead of anyone just simply listening to why they were protesting, which is that the students at Columbia and now other colleges wanted their universities to divest from companies that support Israel's war on Palestine, and for the war to come to an end in general, but specifically the fact that their tuition was helping to finance a genocide.
Yeah, and these protests, by the way, especially at certain schools, primarily led by Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace.
Involving student bodies,
those dirty
and
anti-Semites.
Teachers themselves also being involved. Instead of that, all these protesters were simply labeled anti-Semitic terrorists, and politicians and police have used those descriptions to clamp down on the protests and convince people that it's actually okay to bust these kids up and arrest them.
Yeah, police in this moment, they're actually Antifa.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're fighting Nazis.
They are dressed in all black in a lot of the scenarios. And,
yeah, they're black blocked. So in one particularly damning scenario, as reported on by Ken Klippenstein, who, side note, you can go read his entire post about it, but he quit his job at the Intercept in protest and is going solo. So you should go support his solo venture if you can afford it. He is the FOIA king.
Yeah.
Nobody can FOIA like the Clip Man.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll leave links below. You can check it out. But in one of his first reports after leaving the Intercept, Klippenstein backtraces the claim that students on college campuses were chanting and promoting death to America, a fabricated piece of information that media organizations and politicians have since claimed is a key slogan of the protests, and one that they've used to rally opposition and demand action against those students, protesters, and university presidents around the country. Turns out, there were no chants. There's no organized effort to bring about the death of America through these protests. And it was all sparked by one anonymous flyer on a campus in Michigan. But it's a great example of the lengths that some are willing to go to in order to claim that this movement is something it's not. Also, just people are really bad at fucking scale. We saw this with the George Floyd protests, but like, you know, when actions are unfolding in every major U.S. city, like, if you want to paint a picture that everyone involved in this is bad, you can probably find enough like quick clips of footage to assemble together to paint that picture.
Yep.
And that's been
definitely
pretty
used.
fucking annoying too. You would think, based on the way this is being presented, that
there is a bunch of anti-Semites out fighting Jewish people on college
there's
campuses.
no such
which is
thing
not
as a
true.
perfect protest, and to expect that is just, you're delusional.
Yeah. Also, just considering the very human nature of you're just sitting around and making your voices heard, and then cops show up in riot gear.
Yeah.
That is going to exacerbate tensions.
It's a police riot.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's some selects from Ken Klippenstein's piece, which you can read in full using the link in the description below.
The FBI is being pressed by members of Congress to investigate the student protests, both for possible foreign financing and for students chanting "Death to America," a phrase Fox News says is becoming a key slogan of the protests. There's just one problem. Students never said it. I've searched, scoured photographs, and waded through social media. There's no evidence that any of the student demonstrators taking to dozens of college campuses in recent weeks to protest Israel's war in Gaza said "Death to America." The rumor began with a single incident in which an anonymously authored pamphlet found at a University of Michigan encampment contained a passage saying, "Freedom for Palestine means death to America." And Klippenstein then provides numerous examples of this phrase being used against the protest movement from countless talking heads and elected officials on all sides of the political spectrum, and his reporting continues.
Last month, 5 Republican congresspeople representing Michigan, which has a large Muslim population, sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland calling for an investigation into "Death to America" chants. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also referenced the phrase in remarks on the Senate floor regarding higher education and judicial nominations. Quote, "Chants of 'We are Hamas' and 'Death to America' by students on college campuses are national security threats," Senator Marsha Blackburn said on X, formerly Twitter. "Put any student who promotes terrorism on behalf of Hamas on the terrorist watch list." That's not what's happening. As a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which oversees the FBI, there's little doubt that Blackburn's statement reached FBI headquarters, and such ignorance might even prod them to action. So, yeah, he speaks about how the FBI is absolutely already involved with these universities and details how the relationships between universities and investigators came to exist, but ends with this important note about these specific "Death to America" claims. Investigations hover in the background, as much looking for federal offenses as responding to them. None of this is because there is any intelligence validating a controlling foreign hand or financing of the student protests. It is, in fact, the news media frenzy that is the most dangerous. Fox and other conservative outlets repeat the false allegation that the students are chanting "Death to America." Commentators and even members of Congress pick up the claim without checking. Social media becomes saturated, and the new reality emerges.
Yes. And now, because of things like this and the whole outside agitator accusations, and a week of painting these otherwise peaceful protesters as terrorist sympathizers at best, or at worst, actual terrorists, House Republicans have launched multiple investigations into the college protests in a move that, again, regardless of what the actual protests are about, frame the protests themselves as illegal, chaotic war zones filled with Nazis and terrorists.
Yeah, they're painting this like as if it was like, remember the Chaz up in Seattle, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone?
Yes.
Which even that was way overblown by the media, but it was still like pretty wild turn of events. But they're framing it as that, and like I've seen pictures of like, first of all, college campuses are quite large, especially the universities where this is happening. UCLA is like massive. Yeah. It would take you hours to walk from one end to the other. And yeah, pictures of like, here I am. The protest is in this photo. You can barely see it because it's that little dot right there on the lawn.
So yeah, they are not that. And I think the big problem with elected officials when it comes to these protests in particular is that the demands are morally sound and reasonable. So it's pretty hard to attack the protesters by telling the truth, because the truth is that they're witnessing a genocide and the intentional starvation of a group of people, and they're just trying to make their voices heard in a way that actually affects change.
And that's why we can't talk about any of that. We need to focus specifically on decorum and the right way to protest and our norms, our precious norms.
Yeah, well, here's the Washington Post with more on these imminent investigations. And please keep in mind that none of the protests across the dozens of campuses have mentioned or promoted anti-Semitism at all.
Excuse me, one of the protests, they said, "We need food, but do not send us bagels," because they hate Jews. But oh wait, I'm finding out they had just hundreds of bagels. They have too many bagels, so they didn't need any more bagels.
Well, no, we got the audio clip. Run with it.
Yep.
But yes, keep in mind that like these protests, they're not promoting anti-Semitism or anything like that. I mean, we've already been over it. Their demands are very simple, but keep that in mind when you read the article.
House Republicans are deploying their oversight powers to scrutinize pro-Palestinian protests and anti-Semitism on college campuses, aiming to highlight the hot-button issue ahead of the November election. At least 4 Republican committee chairs are now investigating the student-led demonstrations as part of what House Speaker Mike Johnson has described as a house-wide probe of anti-Semitism in America. The scale of the investigative efforts highlights the GOP's eagerness to use the protests, which divide the Democratic Party and draw attention away from former President Donald Trump's criminal trial, as a political cudgel. Johnson has led the charge, visiting Columbia University last week and blaming Democrats for unleashing what he called lawlessness and chaos.
Following Johnson's example, a handful of GOP lawmakers made a trek across Washington on Wednesday to hold a news conference at GWU's pro-Palestinian encampment. Shortly after the lawmakers' appearance, the House passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which would require the Education Department to employ the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism to enforce anti-discrimination laws. The bill, introduced by Representative Michael Lawler, was approved on a bipartisan basis, 320 to 91, with a minority of Democrats and Republicans voting against the bill over concerns that it would infringe on Americans' First Amendment rights. And again, this is another one of the bills or the acts that it really sounds good when you just read the title of it.
Yeah, man, I think we can all agree anti-Semitism is bad.
Yeah. But yeah,
this is not anti-Semitism.
They're using creative wording to clamp down on people's freedom of speech while also labeling them as anti-Semitic for simply disagreeing with Israel.
Also, everyone involved in crafting that definition for the International Holocaust Remembrance Group has gone on record saying, hey, we did that just like for our own purposes. You really shouldn't be passing any laws based on this definition. That would be insane. Please don't do that. Anyway, all of this is to say that one of the major turning points in these protests were the claims that Jewish students felt unsafe on campus because of the protests, despite there being zero evidence that any students were in danger because of student protesters. It seems almost too simple to point out the irony of actual student safety as hundreds of police officers are busting through encampments and into universities across the country over the past week or so, arresting people and in some cases shooting them with beanbags or filling the air with pepper spray. Seems like a hell of a lot of students probably feel a lot less safe than they did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Anyways, but we'll leave it there for now. That was nice to get off my chest.
Yeah.
But that's where things are, and it is so frustrating. I don't like where anything is headed.
No.
Feels like we are on a train.
A crazy train.
A crazy train. We're coming off the rails.
It's
on a crazy train.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes. Millions of people living as fools. Anyway, I'll leave it with that. But before we move on, we do want to promote the bail funds for students across the country because, a lot of them getting thrown in jail. If you're looking for a way to help and are confused about where you can affect the most change, please head to campusbailfunds.com.
Link in the description.
A great, easy website. You just type it in. Our friend Jordan set it up. And yeah, it has specific links for each campus as well as a national charity organization that distributes funds where they're needed most. We'll leave a link down below. And yeah, any pocket change you can throw in there would help a ton.
Yeah, and it feels weird to cover something else after all of that, especially after seeing the never-ending onslaught of upsetting videos and reporting from the past 2 weeks. And I'm sure that I'm forgetting some important points that I wanted to make or things that I wanted to mention specifically that have been bouncing around in my brain for the past few days, but nobody's nerfing. So yeah, apologies for that. Also, it might be jarring that you're hearing about serious stuff from 2 silly YouTube guys, but we're trying to use our shred of influence to attempt to set the record straight about what's going on. And if we didn't try to help, an entire generation of people would be stuck listening to a guy who rubs his bloody gums all over his bedroom walls attempt to manufacture consent for an authoritarian police state in between marathon sessions of Warcraft or something.
He really is a disgusting human being.
Yeah. Who is really leaning into the worst parts of his community.
Yeah, I mean, like, Twitch streamers,
something.
He really is a disgusting human being.
Yeah. Who is to help, and entire generation of people would be stuck listening to a guy who rubs his bloody gums all over his bedroom walls attempt to manufacture consent for an authoritarian police state in between marathon sessions of Warcraft or something.
He really is a disgusting human being.
Yeah. Who is really leaning into the worst parts of his community.
Yeah, I mean, like, Twitch streamers, I think, are just like, there's something in the gene that makes you want to stream is also the same gene that makes you way more inclined to just reactionary politics in general. There are a few exceptions, but generally speaking, that's the way it goes. But hey, let's somehow find a way to pivot into some updates and other stories to lighten the mood a bit. Or at least distract.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something that will definitely lighten the mood.
Cool.
Dead dogs.
Oh.
Well, okay. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, she killed her dog. Yes, we talked about this. That was not as as lighthearted as I was hoping, but that's all. It's really depressing. Yeah, and we obviously we covered it at length in a previous video this week. We do have an update though to that story because Kristi Noem, she's calling it fake news now. She's pivoted to calling it fake news.
Yeah.
The thing I wrote in that book, yeah, you would believe that, wouldn't you?
You believe my own words? You moron!
Yeah, she's saying that the story that she wrote about herself in her book is being manipulated and used against her. You dumb bitch. You wrote the fucking book. My brother in Christ. People are quoting your book. What are you talking about? Kristi, come on. You want to be vice president? Oh my God. So in the book, she said that she had a 14-month-old dog that was unruly and I guess killed some chickens. So therefore, she took it down to the gravel pit and shot it to death. Shot it multiple times because somehow she missed the first time.
No, that was the goat.
That was the goat. Sorry.
The dog she hated so much she got it the first try.
Yeah, no scope.
Yeah.
She shot the dog and then she's like, I feel like I need to kill more of my animals.
I'm already covered in blood. I'm already gonna have to do laundry.
Yeah.
Why don't we just make this a twofer?
Who else on this farm needs to die right now?
Yeah.
So she found her least favorite goat, the one that's eaten all the tin cans. Shot that goat, but like missed and wounded it.
Yeah.
And was like, oh, and then shot it again. But she had to walk back to her truck to get another shell. So what a scene.
This would have never happened if a crafty spider had written some goat above the pen. Kristi Noem would have seen that message.
Some goat.
And she would have said, well, there might be some mileage left in this goat. Let's get the whole town out here to pay some money to gawk at it.
Or if the goat had improbably, like, somehow learned how to, like, herd the dog.
Yeah.
And the goat had been like, what? A goat can't do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing. We got to keep this goat alive.
Yeah.
Not kill it.
James Cromwell will not be shooting this goat because this goat is some goat. And then next time we're going to send that goat to the city.
But yeah, somehow reporting on that makes it fake news that is intentionally being spread to make her look bad. And also, it totally wasn't a puppy that she killed. That dog was 14 months old. So, come on, guys.
That's it wasn't like, sorry to bring it back to Palestine, but yes, you see a similar approach with like, well, just because, like, yeah, you keep claiming that, like, they're killing children, but clearly that is a 17-year-old.
So yeah, even if she didn't kill that dog herself, the dog would have definitely attacked and killed her family. So actually, she's a hero. And why is no one clapping?
Yeah, she makes those tough decisions so that the rest of us don't have to.
Yeah, while we're out living our lives, she is busy on a farm somewhere murdering animals.
She's like the John Wick, the reverse John Wick. She just goes around killing hundreds of dogs.
So here's the Guardian. Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, whose chance of being Donald Trump's presidential running mate was widely deemed over after she published a description of shooting dead a dog and a goat, claimed reports of the story were fake news, but also that the dog in question, Cricket, a 14-month-old wire-haired pointer, was extremely dangerous and deserved her fate. You know how the fake news works, Noem told Fox News. They leave out some or most of the facts of a story. They put in the worst spin on it, and that's what happened in this case.
Yes, she deserved to die, and I hope she burns in hell.
Quote, I hope people really do buy this book and they find out the truth of the story. Because the truth of the story is that this was a working dog, and it was not a puppy. It was a dog that was extremely dangerous. And I gotta love that she was like, actually buy my book and you'll see for yourself.
Yeah, I guess you'll just have to head down to Barnes & Noble and find out for yourself.
Lady, you're on Fox News, talking directly to people who would otherwise fully support you. Why don't you just tell them directly what happened and why you had to murder your dog?
Yeah.
Why should they wait and go get your book and read it and see if what is true when you're already on Hannity right now?
Yeah.
Explaining that context is missing from this story. So why don't you just fill people in? You know these fuckers don't read. That's the reason you wrote the book in the first place. So you could say that you were a best-selling author while having no one fucking read it.
Yeah.
So just, why don't you explain to us why this was justified?
Tell the story again.
So it's weird, and instead she's still attempting to frame this story as proof that she is ready for the national spotlight and willing to do the hard thing and make the difficult decisions, which, if killing your own puppy is considered training for future decision-making, I would hate to see what tough decisions that she is willing to make in a position of national power.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the White House lawn into a big gravel pit.
I was thinking more...
We're gonna kill that grass and fill it with gravel.
I was thinking more Kristi Noem saying that protesters are extremely dangerous.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm just taking this even more literally.
Yes.
We're tearing out the White House lawn. Everybody claps. Yay, fuck lawns. And replacing it with a giant gravel pit. Boo, dead dogs.
So hey, it's drought tolerant.
It is.
Woo woo! But also, it's riddled with dead bodies of my enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
I'm a big fan of gravel, and this news has really, it sucks.
It's good for many things.
I like gravel a lot, and now it's tainted by
I can't even walk by a gravel pit anymore without seeing just an image of a happy little... And by the way, not to go back into the story again, but like she, throughout the entire fucking retelling of her own story, was talking about how happy and full of life the dog was.
Yeah, the dog was happy. I had to put a stop to it.
It was filled with joy.
I had to wipe that smile off its face.
Yeah.
With some double buckshot.
Jesus. All right.
So, okay, that story, yep, it was a bummer. I mean, there's definitely... It's so absurd that it is funny, but yeah, it sucks.
That base level.
Yeah, that dog should have been rehomed.
Mm-hmm.
Surely there's a positive story out there, though, to end this episode on, right? Please,
hope, yeah.
God. Oh, here's one. So a child in North Carolina thought that there was a monster in their closet, and that turned out to be not true.
Woo! Yeah, all right. Good news story.
Actually, it was 50,000 bees.
Oh. Okay.
So here's NBC News. After believing a monster was responsible for the strange noises coming from the wall near her closet for the past 8 months, a North Carolina toddler finally knows what all the buzz was about. The little girl's mother, Ashley Class, told NBC News this week that she called in beekeeper Curtis Collins after she discovered bees in the attic of her century-old farmhouse. Using a thermal camera in the 3-year-old's room a few weeks ago, Collins would uncover a beehive weighing more than 100 pounds. I kid you not, it lit up like Christmas in the wall right next to my daughter's closet. Class recalled about seeing the thermal imaging. When I first thought it was like a man in the wall, I was really startled.
So for a split second, this local mom was also convinced there was an actual monster in the wall?
They do exist.
Anyways, it appears as though the beekeeper was able to safely remove the hive and save a majority of the bees along with it. And look, another positive story here. It's been a great week in general for beekeepers.
Yeah, it does like warm my heart a little bit that everyone in general does seem on board with the idea that like we should be, bees are inconvenient, but we should be doing our best to like keep them alive.
They're not
and safe.
inconvenient. They just sting people sometimes, and sometimes people are allergic to them. But in general, bees are not just a net positive, a wildly positive thing for the earth.
Not even wildly positive. They are essential.
It's essential.
If we lose the bees, we're fucked.
Yeah.
So.
It seems like a pretty bipartisan thing. Everyone seems to like bees. They don't like getting stung by them.
I would like the bees to stay around.
That they are here.
Because without bees, we all have to go out and get little paintbrushes and paint pollen onto fucking flowers. And that sounds boring as shit. I don't want to do it. Let the bees do the job.
It's been a great week for beekeepers, though, because at a recent game between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Arizona Diamondbacks,
boo!
The game itself was delayed for hours after thousands of bees made themselves right at home along the protective netting above home plate. In the stadium, they had to call in a local beekeeper at night when he's off work. Who, by the way, this beekeeper
His
was...
beeper went off. Oh, God. Sorry, babe.
Gotta go. No, actually, it was
Duty calls.
It wasn't worse than that, but he was 25 miles away at his son's baseball game, so he had to trade one game for the other.
Sorry, son. The bees come first.
And so do the major league teams, but you're going to be on their radar now, so keep up the good work.
They should have just left it. It would be a fun variable that, like, you're rounding third and you're coming up on home plate, but if you slide into home plate too fast, you will startle a giant hive of bees and they will sting you. Yeah. How badly do you want this win?
Yeah. And also, the umpire better get the right calls because otherwise the bees are going to be upset.
Yeah, the bees will make the calls.
They have a bee's eye view of
They
calls.
do. They can see that batter box perfectly well.
So the beekeeper, he made the trek over to Phoenix to help remove and relocate the bees so the game could proceed. And that beekeeper, he became a goddamn hero that day to those in attendance as they cheered for him during the removal process, and their admiration turned into a league-wide celebration. And as the beekeeper, Matt Hilton, was then asked to throw out a ceremonial first pitch.
Was he still in his bee outfit?
Yeah, I think he took the mask off.
Oh, okay.
He was interviewed by MLB and other major sports outlets and even got his own Topps baseball card.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So, really riding a high on this.
Yeah.
Saved the day and got the admiration of his local baseball team and citizens, I guess.
That's cool. I do wish we cared about our fellow human beings as much as we care about bees, but...
A better life is possible.
Yeah, I'll take the bee news, I guess. If that's all I can get, I'll take the fucking bee news.
I'll enjoy it, damn it.
Okay, I guess we figured out how to finish the show on a positive note there. We will try our best to get back to our regularly scheduled dumb, weird, fun, and funny content very shortly because our next upload is going to be weekly weird news.
Yeah, so
stay tuned for that. But first, again, donate to those campus bail funds if you are able. Also, make sure that you hit the like button on this video.
Hit the like button, do it now.
And yeah, leave a comment, reply to a comment, engage with the video so that we can continue to grow this channel. Our previous episodes will pop up in just a second over on this side, but we want to leave you with a speech from Columbia professor Rashid Khalidi, who is the professor of modern Arab studies and also wrote one of the best books on the decades-long Israel-Palestine conflict called The 100 Years' War on Palestine. I'm about ready to read it for a second time. It's that good. Here he is speaking after the campus raids by police. So we'll leave you with this and see you in the next one.
When I was a student back in the 60s, we were told we were led by a bunch of outside agitators, by politicians nobody remembers the name of today. We were the conscience of this nation when we opposed the Vietnam War and racism. Back in 1968 and 1969 and 1970, the Vietnam War stopped because the people opposed it. And the people who led that were students. And the students who led that were here at Columbia and at Berkeley and a few other campuses on this fair Turtle Island. Students have been on the right side of history at Columbia and at other universities ever since the 1960s. We today honor the students who in 1968 opposed a genocidal, illegal, shameful war. Columbia University honors them. They're on the Columbia website. You can check it out yourself. 1968 is commemorated. One day, what our students did here will be commemorated in the same way. Yeah!
I want to introduce your limbs will eject from your body like rocket-propelled grenades. Eventually, I made it to Preston Garvey, who wasted no time complaining about I want to introduce out from around a corner and gave me both barrels of his shotgun, a phrase which has recently intensified in meaning since each pellet is now its own nuke. Honestly, I had a lot of difficulty at this section because the minigun takes half a second to spin up, and if a raider happens to squeeze out even a single shot in that time, it's all over. But if I've learned anything from watching a homeless man avoid arrest by drinking his vodka out of an antifreeze bottle, it's that necessity breeds innovation. Come to think of it, that might have actually just been antifreeze. Regardless, I pioneered a new combat strategy, that is the mortar technique. Instead of shooting at my enemies, I just kind of carpet bombed the entire town with poorly aimed artillery. And it worked really well. From here, I jumped off the roof and did my best to crush Preston like an ant.
It's hard to compare workflows of entire companies.
A hand? Anyone?
This branch of flesh is begging to be pruned, and its sap sucked from.
Mistress Eyelids, stop! Cease, you loon!
Oh. What the fuck just happened?
Poor man. That's no way to treat a stranger in need.
Your lust for blood is rare. Let us hope you know where to direct it.
You were supposed to lend a hand, not take one.
Just full of surprises, aren't you? Huh. You look rabid, pained, sick. You're spasming and twitching. Poor thing. It seems you've been dealt a vile hand. I say, play it.
The country of Thailand is famous for a couple different knobs. It even has a train horn. Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't know it was hooked up. I didn't know that was on. I pressed the button not thinking it was actually going to turn the train horn on. Oops. I scared the shit out of everybody within a 15-mile radius.
Look at all this. This is wild. All the switches, gauges, for racing use only. Everything is titanium for monitoring, I guess, around the vehicle, which I guess would be difficult. Dude, there's so much going on here. This is just crazy. Like, what is the point of this titanium bar? I don't get it. Whatever. It looks cool. I guess these are, I'm guessing this is how you operate it. I'm going to find out soon enough.
Bro, this is crazy. While I'm sitting here with this beautiful LED lit wall of subwoofers behind me, I want to remind you guys, if you plan on actually traveling in 2022, there's a couple things you really need. They block you if you're Did you see that turning radius? Holy crap. I need that in Bangkok. Here comes the other one. Bro, what the hell are these things? This is weird shit. So the guy's gonna do a bunch of cool stuff for us. First, I wanna see how it launches from a dig. When's the last time you've seen a turbo tractor launch from a dig? I wonder if it has 2 steps or traction control. Oh my God, that is hilarious. That thing would probably beat most of your cars from a stoplight. That's great. That is great. The tweeters and the mids. You use to act. Go do this. Just takes an absolute ridiculous amount of torque. Thank you for watching another video here on the CB Media YouTube channel. If you enjoyed it and you made it this far, make sure to give this video a like. Make sure
Hello there and welcome to another Bowbeat synthesizer review, and today we that. Another thing that makes the 42 much more versatile, especially in a synth setup, where volt octave and the gate input over here. Oh, and also there is a
Fear the assassin with no master.
Fear the power you do not see.